Muszą. Muszą.
Είναι πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Muszą. Muszą. Είναι πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Bonjour. Vraiment, bonjour.
Είναι πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάνω
So you can hear me? Yes. Perfect.
www.sgy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Bonjour.
παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Bonjour. Vraiment, bonjour.
Είναι πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις σε ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Bonjour. Vraiment, bonjour.
Πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The 8th Safer Gambling Conference organized by the National Betting Authority will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The 8th Safer Gambling Conference organized by the National Betting Authority will begin in 10 minutes.
Bonjour. Vraiment, bonjour.
Πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Bonjour. Vraiment, bonjour.
Είναι πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The 8th Safer Gambling Conference will begin in 3 minutes.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Είναι πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Είναι πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις σε ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The 8th Safer Gambling Conference, organized by the National Betting Authority, is about to begin. Before the official start of the conference, we would like to briefly draw your attention to a few operational matters in order to ensure the smooth running of the event. First, please make sure that your mobile phone is switched to silent mode. You will find a QR code in front of you, which you can scan to access the agenda of the conference. For free internet access, simply connect to the Open Wireless Network under the name Hilton Honors Meeting. For any further information or assistance that you may require during the conference, please don't hesitate to contact the IMH Secretariat outside. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the conference's chair, Jörg Hoffmann, head of the Betting and Gaming Group at Melcher's Law Firm in Germany.
Thank you very much and good morning. It's good to be back again and see so many familiar faces. Welcome to the 8th Safer Gambling Conference. This is something which has a very high value. It happens every year and it goes from strength to strength, and it's such a pleasure to come back. I think this conference has established itself as a benchmark conference. The exchange of knowledge, experience, and visions between stakeholders of the industry, between researchers, between experts in responsible gaming is a unique asset of this conference. We are over 200 registered participants today, which I call it a massive success. So this will be a great day, one to remember. A few things I like to mention. So first of all, if you need the current program, you can scan the QR code, which is in this program on your table, and then you have everything you need at hand. This also includes the description of speakers. So we can keep it short when we're introducing our panels. And if you're interested in who's talking, what's behind this person, you will find additional information in the program as well. Second, this is a conference where we're not only talking and presenting, we want you to be part of it, to be actively promoting. So you can ask questions, and the way to do it best is using the Slido app. Slido is very easy. You can see our explanation how it works. You have to enter the code #SGWW2025, and then you simply type in your question, and it will be then received by the moderator or by the presenter and can be asked. If there are questions you like from any other persons, you can give them a like, and then it means that probably it's the question which is for 10, 20, how many people ever. So we have a sort of a ranking. If there are many questions, we can take those that seems to be most attractive and most interesting. Right, I will make it short because we have a program that is very, very, very packed with a lot of information. which will show us where we stand with responsible gaming internationally, what to expect in the future, and what we think can be improved and is important to share. In order to do so, I will keep this short, and I'm happy to introduce first some very important keynote speakers. It's two. The first one is the president of the National Betting Authority, so we call him our host. And thank you very much for organizing this conference. And by the way, the whole team always doing a brilliant job. I can talk about it because I've done it a couple of times, and it's always a very well-functioning conference. Mr. Panagiotis Trisonikos, please welcome the president of the NBA.
Καλημέρα. Καλημέρα σε όλους και καλώς ορίσετε στο 8ο συνέδριο ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού. Εντάξει, δυσκολεύομαι λίγο με τα μικρόφωνα, γιατί είμαι ένα 10, έτσι δυσκολεύομαι να βάλω λίγο τα μικρόφωνα, να με επιτρέψετε. Έντιμη κυρία Υφυπουργέ, εκλεκτοί προσκεκλημένοι, κυρίες και κύριοι, με ιδιαίτερη χαρά σας καλωσορίζω στο 8ο συνέδριο ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού, το οποίο σηματοδοτεί την έναρξη της εβδομάδας ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού. Το ετήσιο αυτό γεγονός έχει καθιερωθεί ως θεσμός, λειτουργώντας ως πλατφόρμα ανταλλαγής ιδεών για την βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη του τομέα των τυχερών παιχνιδιών. Μέσα από μια σειρά από δράσεις και εκδηλώσεις, η εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού εστιάζει στην ενημέρωση του κοινού, ενισχύοντας το δίκτυο προστασίας των παιχτών και της κοινωνίας ευρύτερα από τις συνέπειες της παθολογικής ενασχόλησης με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Η 8η εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού πραγματοποιείται σε μια κρίσιμη χρονικά συγκυρία. Ολόκληρη στοιχηματική αγορά και εμείς ως Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων βρισκόμαστε εν αναμονή σημαντικών αποφάσεων σε πολιτικό επίπεδο που αναμένεται να αναδημορφώσουν το τοπίο στην αγορά των τυχερών παιχνιδιών. Η Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων προχώρησε στην ετοιμασία ενός νέου ρυθμιστικού νομοσχεδίου, το οποίο αποσκοπεί στη διασφάλιση της διαφάνειας και της νομιμότητας. Στόχος μας είναι να διασφαλίσουμε την παροχή αδειοδοτημένων υπηρεσιών. Κεντρική ιδέα του προτινόμενου νομοσχεδίου είναι να σταματήσει να αποτελεί μέρος των τυχερών παιχνιδιών πηγή εγκληματικότητας η μαύρη αγορά και να διασφαλίσουμε την επαρκή προστασία των παιχτών και ειδικά των ευάλωτων ομάδων. Έχουμε επανειλημμένα δηλώσει ότι η πιο σοβαρή απειλή για τον τομέα είναι η παράνομη αγορά και το προτινόμενο νομοσχέδιο πιστεύουμε ότι θα συμβάλλει σημαντικά στην καταπολέμησή της. Πεποίθηση μας είναι ότι το προτινόμενο νομοσχέδιο εξυγχρονίζει το ρυθμιστικό πλαίσιο για τον τομέα και ενισχύει την προσπάθεια προσέλκυσης ξένων επενδύσεων. Μια εξέλιξη που θα έχει σημαντικά ωφέλη για την κυπριακή οικονομία. Μεταξύ άλλων, το νομοσχέδιο προνοεί την εισαγωγή νέων προϊόντων, την αδειοδότηση B2B παρόχων, την εφαρμογή του financial blocking, ενώ παράλληλα αυστηροποιεί τις δεσμεύσεις των αδειούχων σε θέματα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού. Μέσα από το νέο ρυθμιστικό πλαίσιο δίνεται επίσης έμφαση στην ενίσχυση της προστασίας των ανηλίκων, αλλά και των παιχτών γενικότερα και των ευάλωτων ομάδων. Ενισχύονται τα εργαλεία της αρχής για την πλήρη ρύθμιση της αγοράς, εξαιρουμένων των υπηρεσιών που λειτουργούν σε καθεστώς μονοπωλίου. Η προστασία των ανήλικων παραμένει προτεραιότητα, με την εφαρμογή επιπλέον ασφαλιστικών δικλείδων για να αποτρέψουμε τη συμμετοχή τους σε τυχερά παιχνίδια, αναδεικνύοντας και τη γονική ευθύνη. Η διαβούλευσή μας με το Υπουργείο Οικονομικών για το περιεχόμενο του νομοσχεδίου έχει ολοκληρωθεί. Ευχή και προσδοκία μας είναι ότι σύντομα θα προχωρήσουμε στην εφαρμογή του νέου ρυθμιστικού πλαισίου, προκειμένου να διασφαλίσουμε τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη του τομέα που θέλουμε όλοι. Σε κάθε περίπτωση, η Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων συνεχίζει να εργάζεται στοχοπροσιλωμένα για την υλοποίηση της αποστολής της, για την αποτελεσματική ρύθμιση και εποπτεία της στοιχηματικής δραστηριότητας και τη διασφάλιση του δημοσίου συμφέροντος. Παραμένουμε δεσμευμένοι να συμβάλλουμε στην ανάπτυξη της οικονομίας και της βιωσιμότητας της αγοράς, στην καταπολέμηση της παρανομίας στον τομέα, αλλά και σε θέματα δημόσιας υγείας και ασφάλειας. Όραμά μας η ανάδειξη της χώρας μας ως ένα δίκαιο, διαφανές και ασφαλές κέντρο ανάπτυξης και καινοτομίας στον τομέα των τυχερών παιχνιδιών, έχοντας στο επίκεντρο την προστασία του κοινωνικού συνόλου. Κατά γενική ομολογία, η συμβολή της Εθνικής Αρχής Στοιχημάτων στην ανάπτυξη του τομέα του στοιχήματος υπήρξε καθοριστική. Σύμφωνα με τα τελευταία στοιχεία, τα έσοδα στον τομέα του στοιχήματος το 2024 κατέγραψαν αύξηση 10% σε σχέση με το 2023. Μάλιστα, το ποσοστό που προσφέρει η Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων στο ΑΕΠ της Κύπρου, που προέρχεται από έσοδα της στοιχηματικής δραστηριότητας, κατά το 2024 ανήλθε στο 3,65%. Ένα πάρα πολύ σημαντικό ποσοστό. Για το 2024, τα συνολικά μεικτά έσοδα του έτους ανήλθαν στο 1.224.576.082 ευρώ. Στο πλαίσιο της προσπάθειας να συμβάλλουμε στη διασφάλιση της δημόσιας υγείας και ασφάλειας, καθιερώσαμε, εξελίξαμε και αναδείξαμε σε δεσμό την Εβδομάδα Ασφαλούς Παιχνιδιού. Απευθυνόμενοι κυρίως στους νέους και νεαρούς ενήλικες, η φετινή διοργάνωση υιοθετεί μια τολμηρή και ανανεωμένη επικοινωνιακή προσέγγιση, επιδιώκοντας να υπενθυμίσει ότι η ασφαλής ενασχόληση με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια είναι η πιο συνετή και ταυτόχρονα cool επιλογή, αφού ενημερώνει το κοινό ότι είναι πιο safe να πράξουν παρά να στοιχηματίσουν χωρίς να έχουν θέσει εκ των προτέρων όρια. Μέσα από τις δράσεις που θα πραγματοποιηθούν τις επόμενες μέρες, προβλέπουμε να κινητοποιήσουμε όλα τα μπλεκόμενα μέρη στον τομέα των τυχερών παιχνιδιών στη μάχη της πρόληψης, που είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό για μας, και της ενίσχυσης των προστατευτικών παραγόντων για τους παίχτες. Στο πλαίσιο των δράσεων, οι παίχτες θα ενημερωθούν για όλα τα διαθέσιμα εργαλεία αυτοπροστασίας, τις δομές θεραπείας και στήριξης, τις οποίες μπορούν να αναζητήσουν βοήθεια αν αισθάνονται ότι η ενασχόλησή τους με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια έχει ξεφύγει από τα όρια, καθώς και για τις επιβλαβείς συνέπειες της υπέρμετρης ενασχόλησης με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Θα πραγματοποιηθούν επίσης εκπαιδευτικά σεμινάρια προς τους εποπτευόμενους μας, βιωματικά εργαστήρια και διαδραστικά παιχνίδια, όπου το κοινό θα έχει την ευκαιρία να μοιραστεί ελεύθερα τους προβληματισμούς του, χωρίς το φόβο του στιγματισμού. Κάτι που μονομειγμένως πετύχαμε σε σημαντικό βαθμό τα τελευταία χρόνια. Η Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων έχει φροντίσει να ενισχύσει με σημαντικά εργαλεία αυτοπροστασίας στους παίκτες. Η Εθνική Πλατφόρμα Αυτοαποκλεισμού που τέθηκε σε λειτουργία το Φεβρουάριο του 2024 αποτελεί ένα πολύτιμο εργαλείο στα χέρια των παιχτών, αφού με την εγγραφή τους στην πλατφόρμα μπορούν να αυτοαποκλειστούν για καθορισμένο χρονικό διάστημα ή επαορίστου από όλες τις διαδικτυακές εταιρείες παροχής υπηρεσιών στοιχήματος. Από τη μέρα της λειτουργίας της πλατφόρμας έχουν εγγραφεί πέραν των 160 παιχτών, εκ των οποίων το 35% επέλεξε τον επαόριστον αποκλεισμό. Σημαντικό εργαλείο προστασίας είναι οι κανονισμοί προστασίας των παιχτών. Με την εφαρμογή τους από τους εποπτευόμενους, έχουμε πετύχει το σύνολο των παιχτών να ενεργοποιήσει έστω και ένα μέτρο αυτοπροστασίας. Σε σχέση με την πρώτη χρονιά που εφαρμόστηκαν οι κανονισμοί, έχουν αυξηθεί τα μέτρα αυτοπροστασίας που θέτουν οι παίκτες κατακόρυφα, αφού με την εγγραφή του παίκτη υποχρεούται να καθορίσει όριο κατάθεσης. Σημαντική εξέλιξη για τη βιωσιμότητα του τομέα ήταν και η δημιουργία της Professional Skills Academy, με στόχο την ανάπτυξη και βελτίωση των δεξιοτήτων του ανθρώπινου δυναμικού που δραστηριοποιείται ή επιθυμεί να δραστηριοποιηθεί στον κλάδο των τυχερών παιχνιδιών. Η λειτουργία της Ακαδημίας ενισχύει την εμπειρογνωμοσύνη και κυρίως διασφαλίζει τη συμμόρφωση με το κανονιστικό πλαίσιο. Κυρίες και κύριοι, εκλεκτοί προσκεκλημένοι, τίθεται το εξής ερώτημα. Πώς γίνεται η Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων να είναι επιφορτισμένη με την ανάπτυξη του τομέα του στοιχήματος και την ίδια στιγμή να εξασφαλίζει την προστασία του κοινού? Η απάντηση είναι απλή. Ο ρόλος μας είναι βάση νομοθεσίας πολυδιάστατος. Είναι μέρος της αποστολής μας η βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη του τομέα και διεξαγωγή της στοιχηματικής δραστηριότητας σε συνθήκες νομιμότητας. Αλλά ταυτόχρονα παραμένει βασική προτεραιότητά μας, χωρίς καμιά αποδοχή εκπτώσεων ή παραχωρήσεων, η προστασία της κοινωνίας και των παιχτών από τις επιβλαβείς συνέπειες της υπέρμετρης ανασχόλησης με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση έχουμε εκπονήσει τη στρατηγική ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού, που προτείνει μια ολιστική προσέγγιση βασισμένη στο μοντέλο της δημόσιας υγείας. Είναι γνωστό, άλλωστε, ότι συνεργαζόμαστε στενά με άλλους θεσμούς και φορείς, υλοποιώντας προγράμματα που στοχεύουν στην ενίσχυση της ψυχικής ανθεκτικότητας των νέων και των ανήλικων, που αποτελούν σημαντικό κοινό στόχο για την ΕΑΣ. Ένα τέτοιο πρόγραμμα είναι το Young Cities, μια καινοτόμα και συμμετοχική πρωτοβουλία που υλοποιείται σε συνεργασία με τον Οργανισμό Νεολαίας Κύπρου και στόχο έχει την ενδυνάμωση και την ενεργό συμμετοχή των νέων στην αντιμετώπιση προκλήσεων στην τοπική τους κοινότητα. Πρόσφατα ολοκληρώθηκε ο 5ος κύκλος του προγράμματος. Παράλληλα, τρέχουν και άλλα προγράμματα, όπως το Alliance for Children and Youth, ένα πρόγραμμα που εστιάζει στη ψυχική ανθεκτικότητα των παιδιών, σε συνεργασία με το Μουσείο Παραμυθιού και τη συνεργασία μας με τον οργανισμό ASIDEI. Ακόμα, η Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων έχει προχωρήσει σε συνεργασία με τον οργανισμό Cyprus 3on3, στηρίζοντας τις φετινές διοργανώσεις ανά το Παγκύπριο, στο πλαίσιο της ανάδειξης του αθλητισμού ως ένα υγιές μέσο διασκέδασης και πρόληψης εξαρτητικών συμπεριφορών. Συνάμα έχουμε στηρίξει το Ευρωμπάσκετ, που ήταν το μεγαλύτερο αθλητικό γεγονός που έχει πραγματοποιηθεί στην Κύπρο. Επιπρόσθετα, με στόχο την ενίσχυση της καλύτερης προσβασιμότητας σε υπηρεσίες και δομές υποστήριξης και θεραπείας, σε συνεργασία με την Αρχή Αντιμετώπισης Εξαρτήσεων Κύπρου, προχωρήσαμε στη δημιουργία 2 θεραπευτικών κέντρων υπό την επωνυμία Κίνητρο στην Ελεύθερη Αμόχωστο και στην Πάφο. Και στην Πάφο έχει εγκαινιάσει πρόσφατα ο κύριος Χριστοδουλίδης, ο πρόεδρος της Δημοκρατίας. Οι 2 θεραπευτικές δομές απευθύνονται σε ενήλικες που παρουσιάζουν παθολογική συμπεριφορά και η δημιουργία τους εντάσσεται στο πλαίσιο της στρατηγικής ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού της ΕΑΣ και της Εθνικής Στρατηγικής για την Αντιμετώπιση των Εξαρτήσεων της Αρχής Αντιμετώπισης Εξαρτήσεων Κύπρου. Παράλληλα, διενεργούμε εκστρατείες ενημέρωσης και ευαισθητοποίησης του κοινού με αποκορύφωμα την Εβδομάδα Ασφαλούς Παιχνιδιού, που λειτουργεί κάθε χρόνο ως πλατφόρμα ανοιχτού διαλόγου για την ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια και τις αρνητικές συνέπειες. Ιδιαίτερη έμφαση δίδεται στην ενίσχυση της εμπειρογνωμοσύνης. Για τον λόγο αυτό, διενεργούμε ανατακτά χρονικά διαστήματα έρευνες κοινής νόμης για τις στοιχηματικές συνέπειες και συμπεριφορές των πολιτών. Με βάση τα ευρήματα αυτών των ερευνών, η ΕΑΣ διαμορφώνει τη δράση της και επιλέγει ποια προγράμματα πρόληψης αποτελούν προτεραιότητα. Η επιλογή μας να στοχεύσουμε στη νέα γενιά, στη φετινή 8η Εβδομάδα Ασφαλούς Παιχνιδιού, κάθε άλλο παρά τυχαία ήταν. Ευχή και προσδοκία μας είναι όπως η 8η Εβδομάδα Ασφαλούς Παιχνιδιού συμβάλλει στη διαμόρφωση μιας κουλτούρας ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού. Σύμφωνα με τα στοιχεία ερευνών, πέραν από τους μισούς Κύπριους ασχολούνται με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Καθήκον μας είναι να διασφαλίσουμε ότι το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια παραμένουν ως ένα μέσο διασκέδασης χωρίς να ξεφεύγουμε από τα όρια. Και αυτό το μήνυμα θέλει να στείλει η Εβδομάδα Ασφαλούς Παιχνιδιού. Κλείνοντας, επιτρέψτε μου να ευχαριστήσω ιδιαίτερα όλους τους συνεργάτες μας για την πολύτιμη συνεισφορά τους στη διοργάνωση του συνεδρίου και της 8ης Εβδομάδας Ασφαλούς Παιχνιδιού. Ευχαριστώ θερμά ειδικά τα μέλη του Διοικητικού Συμβουλίου της ΕΑΣ και τους συναδέλφους, τους 30 συναδέλφους στην Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων, γιατί χθες έκλεισα ένα χρόνο που είμαι στην Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων και θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω θερμά όλα τα μέλη του Διοικητικού Συμβουλίου για τη συνεργασία και όλους τους συναδέλφους για την άψογη συνεργασία που έχουμε μέχρι στιγμής. Ευχαριστώ θερμά και όλους εσάς για τη συμμετοχή σας στο σημερινό συνέδριο. Εύχομαι πραγματικά να έχουμε μια επικοδημητική και αποτελεσματική συζήτηση. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Thanks very much, Mr. President. That was delightful, and thanks for sharing your insights. And I agree with you, the challenging point is to combat the black market, because responsible gaming can only happen if players play in the protected and licensed environment. And so far, it's very important. It's also great to see what's coming up next. So you introduced the program of the conference week. Thank you very much for that. It's also very important to, start that dialogue and continue the dialogue with the politicians. Regulation is always based on legislation, and legislation is made by politicians. So far, I'm very happy and delighted to welcome as next keynote speaker someone who is representing the Cyprus government, Mrs. Irina Piki. She is Deputy Minister to the President of Cyprus, of the Cyprus government. Please welcome her for another keynote speech. Thank you. Good morning. I'm well.
Καλημέρα σας, κυρίες και κύριοι. Είναι με ιδιαίτερη χαρά που βρίσκομαι σήμερα εδώ μαζί σας στο Συνέδριο Ασφαλούς Παιχνιδιού, το οποίο σηματοδοτεί και την έναρξη της 8ης εβδομάδας ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού. Η διοργάνωση αυτή, η οποία έχει εξελιχθεί πια σε θεσμό, και θα ήθελα ιδιαίτερα να συγχαρώ γι' αυτό την Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Είναι μια εβδομάδα η οποία συμβάλλει ουσιαστικά στην ενημέρωση, στην πρόληψη, αλλά και στην ευαισθητοποίηση της κοινωνίας μας για την υγιή ενασχόληση με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια, καθώς και στην καλλιέργεια κουλτούρας υπεύθυνης και ασφαλούς συμμετοχής. Είναι γεγονός ότι ο τομέας του στοιχήματος και των τυχερών παιχνιδιών την τελευταία ειδικά δεκαετία έχει γνωρίσει μεγάλη ανάπτυξη στην χώρα μας, και στο πλαίσιο αυτό ακριβώς η Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων, ως βασικός εταίρος της κυβέρνησης, επιτελεί με συνέπεια και στοχοπροσήλωση την πολυδιάστατη αποστολή που της έχει ανατεθεί. Από τη μία να ενισχύσει την οικονομία και τα δημόσια έσοδα, αλλά από την άλλη και εξίσου σημαντικό, να προστατεύσει την κοινωνία μας από τους κινδύνους που ελοχεύει η υπέρμετρη ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Με τη δράση της αρχής, ο τομέας έχει καταγράψει μεγάλη ανάπτυξη, αναφέρθηκε σε αυτό ήδη και ο κύριος Τρισόκας, σε ένα πλήρως ρυθμιζόμενο και ασφαλές περιβάλλον, χωρίς καμία απολύτως έκπτωση στην προστασία του κοινού και των ευάλωτων ομάδων. Παράλληλα, δίνεται ιδιαίτερη βαρύτητα στη διαμόρφωση κουλτούρας ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού και στην αξιοποίηση της τεχνολογίας, με την υιοθέτηση νέων εργαλείων που ενισχύουν τον πολυεπίπεδο ρόλο της. Χαρακτηριστικά παραδείγματα, νομίζω, ήδη αναφέρθηκαν από τον κύριο Τρισόκα για καινοτόμες πρωτοβουλίες της αρχής. Επιτρέψτε να αναφερθώ και εγώ σε 2-3, τη λειτουργία της Εθνικής Πλατφόρμας Αυτοαποκλεισμού, που δίνει τη δυνατότητα σε κάθε παίχτη να θέτει όρια στη στοιχηματική του δραστηριότητα, αλλά και τη δημιουργία της Professional Skills Academy, η οποία υλοποιεί έμπραχτα το στόχο της Εθνικής Αρχής να αναδειχθεί η Κύπρος σε ένα δίκαιο, ασφαλές και καινοτόμο κέντρο στον τομέα των τυχερών παιχνιδιών. Η εξειδίκευση ακριβώς του ανθρώπινου δυναμικού αναμένεται να λειτουργήσει καταλυτικά στην προσέλκυση επενδύσεων υψηλής προστιθέμενης αξίας με σημαντικά ωφέλη για την οικονομία. Σημαντικό ορόσημο, σημαντική πρωτοβουλία, υπήρξε επίσης και ίδρυση και λειτουργία των θεραπευτικών κέντρων Κίνητρο, στην Ελεύθερη Αμόχωστο και στην Πάφο, με στόχο ακριβώς τη στήριξη των ατόμων που αντιμετωπίζουν προβλήματα εθισμού, αλλά και των οικογενειών τους, προσφέροντας ουσιαστική βοήθεια και στήριξη και συμβάλλοντας κάτι που είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό, στον αποστιγματισμό της αναζήτησης στήριξης. Με την ευκαιρία της παρουσίας μου εδώ σήμερα, να συγχαρώ από πλευράς της κυβέρνησης ως πολιτεία την Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων για την πολύ συνεπή δράση της προς την διασφάλιση της βιωσιμότητας και της ανάπτυξης αυτής της αγοράς. Από την πλευρά της, η κυβέρνηση θα συνεχίσει να στέκεται αρρωγός στις προσπάθειές της, αναφέρθηκε ήδη και ο κύριος Τρισόκας, στηρίζοντας κάθε πρωτοβουλία που ενισχύει την αποτελεσματική εποπτεία του τομέα και ενδυναμώνει το θεσμικό πλαίσιο όπου αυτό κρίνεται αναγκαίο. Θεωρούμε ότι μαζί με την Επιτροπή Εποπτείας και Ελέγχου Παιχνίων, η Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων συμπληρώνει τα κομμάτια ενός puzzle με πολλές συνέργειες μεταξύ τους, τις οποίες ως κυβέρνηση έχουμε στόχο να ενισχύσουμε περαιτέρω. Το σημερινό ακριβώς συνέδριο είμαι σίγουρη ότι θα λειτουργήσει ως μια γόνιμη πλατφόρμα διαλόγου, από την οποία θα προκύψουν χρήσιμα συμπεράσματα και προτάσεις για την ακόμα μεγαλύτερη βιωσιμότητα και ανάπτυξη του τομέα αυτού. Εύχομαι λοιπόν κλείνοντας κάθε επιτυχία στις εργασίες του συνεδρίου και σε όλες τις δραστηριότητες της 8ης εβδομάδας ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού. Ας συνεχίσουμε όλοι μαζί να προάγουμε μια κουλτούρα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού με βάση τη γνώση, την ασφάλεια και πάνω απ' όλα τον σεβασμό στον άνθρωπο πίσω από κάθε επιλογή. Σας ευχαριστώ θερμά.
Thank you very much. This is most appreciated. And to continue on the basis of knowledge is exactly what we do now. And we have a wonderful first presentation to start with, which comes from the practical side. So someone who knows best how vulnerable people respond to treatments or not, and what can be improved. So please welcome Professor Dr. David Hodgins, okay, thank you very much, who came all the way over from Canada. He's the professor in the program in clinical psychology in the Department of Psychology of the University of Calgary. He's also the director of the Addictive Behavior Lab of that university. And we have the pleasure to listen now to an international recognized voice with significant influence. The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for that kind introduction and for the invitation to be here today. It's a beautiful country, and I've learned a lot about how things work here so far, and hope to learn more today. So I'm going to talk about the long and winding road to gambling disorder treatment. The pathway is typically not short and not smooth, and can be quite rough at times. And can we do something about that? In terms of disclosures, this research was funded by the Alberta Gambling Research Institute, and they also provide me with some salary support. So this is the challenge, and this is what I want to talk about. We've known this for a long time, that the majority of people that we screen as positive in our community surveys as having a gambling problem don't seek treatment. So it used to be 1 in 10. Now it's about 1 in 20. This is a systematic review from around the world, and it's pretty consistent. So 80% of the people with gambling problems don't seek treatment. And is that something we can improve upon, or at least let's understand what's going on with these individuals? So I'm going to talk about 2 studies here where we investigate aspects of this question. And the first one is an online panel study that we did a few years ago now in Canada, where we recruited 10,000 people who were regular gamblers, so people who gambled at least monthly. And so we had a whole range of people from light to moderate to social to problem gamblers. And in the sample, there were actually 900 people who screened positive for a gambling disorder. And that was on the basis of people who are familiar with it, the Problem Gambling Severity Index. So these people were 5 or more on that scale. Now, we were very fortunate, and well, by design, we conducted this online panel at the same time that there was a national health survey occurring in Canada that was very rigorous in terms of it being represented representative of the population. It also included the PGSI, the Problem Gambling Severity Index. So we were able to use that to match, not to match, to weight our online panel. So online panels are often representative demographically of a country, but we know that the people who participate in them tend to have a lot of problems. So they tend to report a lot of mental health issues and substance issues and gambling issues. So we were able to correct that kind of by using this national survey. So the researchers in the room would appreciate that, but basically it was a weighted sample. So we were interested in these 900 people that screened positive for gambling problems, and we asked them a number of questions about their attempts at making change. And the first question we asked was whether they had tried to cut back or quit in the past year. And we were startled to see that almost 60% of these people said, yeah, I tried to do something about it in the past year. So there's a lot of change attempts kind of occurring that we actually didn't even know about. We asked them then, did you do this primarily on your own, or did you involve other people in your attempt to change? And you can see that 90% of people, they just did it on their own. So they were making some sort of attempt. So, and then the remaining people said that they involved other people. And for some of them, it was sort of family and friends only. And then there were some that sought some sort of specific support for their gambling problem, either a formal treatment program or sort of something less formal. So this is kind of the 10% or the 20% of people that we typically talk about. So we wanted to know about these people who were trying to make a change attempt on their own, and kind of what was going on with them. So we asked them, why didn't you go for treatment? You're worried about your gambling, you're trying to do something, why didn't you go for treatment? We did this with open-ended kind of questions that we then categorized the responses, and you can see that the most frequent reason people gave for not seeking treatment is that they believe they didn't need it. And in fact, if you look at the profile of these individuals, they do in fact have less severe gambling problems. So they have gambling problems, but they're a little bit less severe than people who go for treatment. And we know that there's a lot of natural recovery in addictions. A lot of people get over addictions without going to treatment. And so some of these people at least are realistically thinking that they can kind of handle this without any formal supports. Others, they probably eventually will learn that maybe treatment is necessary. But that was the biggest category. The second most frequent reason that people said that they didn't go for treatment was that they felt too ashamed. So stigma. And we heard from the president this morning about anti-stigma sort of campaigns. They're very important, and this attests to the fact that we need to continue to put effort into reducing the stigma associated with treatment seeking. So that was a third of people. And then there was a subgroup that said that they were unaware of where to get help. It was only 18%, but clearly providing clear signposts and access to the treatment services we do provide is important. And then the last group were people who were pessimistic about the effectiveness of treatment. And maybe they had had a bad experience or just didn't believe that it would fit for them. So again, our public health messaging or our messaging about treatment needs to provide good information, optimistic kind of message about the potential role of treatment as well. So who tries to change on their own and why? It was people with somewhat less severe problems and people who want to try it on their own, either because they feel they don't need treatment or because they feel too ashamed. Not sure where I should be pointing this. So that kind of general profile then of this pretty large group of people really support efforts that we're making and numerous groups around the world are making in terms of developing good evidence-based tools for people who want to self-direct their change process. So self-directed kind of change efforts, whether it's apps or online programs and so forth. And the general finding is that these programs are associated with change. They seem to work, but engagement is really poor. So we really need to continue to work at kind of making these accessible and engaging and available for the public. And we've got a large group of people that are kind of interested in change, and that's the target population for these kinds of services. So when you struggle about whether the investment should be made in making this available, it would seem like it's a good investment. The Gamble Aware in the UK has just rolled out their version of an app, and they're doing a good job of promoting and making it accessible, and it'll be very interesting to see how that turns out, because there are, I'm not aware of many jurisdictions around the world that have actually taken the research and have, made it scalable for the general public. So I think that's an important direction. Okay. So the next study that we did to kind of further investigate this is we wanted to take a deeper dive into the treatment experiences of people from a longitudinal perspective. Like, we know that, changing your gambling problem isn't a one-time kind of easy thing to do. There's a whole process involved, and we wanted to get a better sense of that. So for this study, we recruited people who were in treatment for gambling problems, and we also used a survey method, but we embedded in the survey method a life history process, where at the beginning of the survey, we had people identify when certain life events occurred, like when did they get married and when did they get their first job and so forth. And we populated that on a timeline that was at the top of the screen, while we then followed up with questions about when did you first notice that you were having problems with your gambling, what did you do, and when did you do it? And we tried to get a whole kind of trajectory of when these things occurred in the context of trying to stimulate their memories to get more accurate information. So we had 65 people, and these are the kinds of treatments that they were involved in. And what also surprised us here is people were involved in either 2 or 3 different types of treatment. So most frequently it was some sort of individual counseling, but people were attending groups and self-excluded and Gamblers Anonymous and a variety of different things. So this is what we learned about kind of the trajectory of change. So over here is their current age, so they were about 49 when we surveyed them. When we asked them about looking back, when did the problem first develop, you can see it was sort of more in the early 30s. And they said that they pretty quickly, acknowledged a problem. So this kind of sense that they were denying a problem didn't last long. But then asked, well, when did you then first attempt to address it? It was like after 4.5 years. It was 4.5 years later. So there was this long lag between when they knew they had a problem and when they actually did something about it. And so we're interested in, what's going on with this lag, and can we do something about that? So we asked them, well, what was the tipping point? Like, when you eventually tried to make a change, what led you to do that? And you can see most people described something in the financial problems area, not surprisingly, that caused the change. But then on average, people gave kind of usually 2 different reasons. And the other reasons were, they didn't like their life, quality of life, relationship impacts, how it was affecting their family and friends. There was some sort of increase in their gambling engagement. They were gambling more and they didn't like that. Or they were experiencing some sort of lack of control. They really felt that their gambling was out of control and that these were the reasons that they had this tipping point and began to make changes. And then we said, well, what do you do? What did you do? So the first time that you were addressing your problem, what was it that you then turned to? And you can see there were a variety of things. The 37% went to some sort of treatment or either formal or informal treatment. 40% did something that we categorized as stimulus control. So they did something to help them stay away from gambling completely. So they, self-excluded, they, put a blocker on their online gambling, or they stayed away from the venues and so forth. 25% did, in contrast, a harm reduction kind of strategy, something that limited how they gambled or how much they gambled. So it wasn't staying away from gambling, it was setting limits and limiting access to money and that kind of thing. And then 12% said that they made themselves busy with other activities and got involved in things as well. And then we had one person, and there's always one person who just said, it just automatically changed for me. I didn't do anything, it was a complete change. And there aren't very many of these people, but I would love to study them and really understand what's going on with that and how can we put that in a bottle, So, where we looked at all of the change attempts that people made over the course of their trajectories and wanted to find out, where did they start? Was there a common place that people would, the first time they wanted to address their problem, they did this? And we didn't find that that was true. So these were the kinds of things that people did early on in their change process. Certainly speaking to family and friends, self-exclusion, going to counseling, going to Gamblers Anonymous groups, and doing online counseling. So a variety of different things, and all of them were rated, in terms of how helpful, as moderately helpful. So there wasn't a winner in terms of people did it a lot, or people perceived it as more successful than other things. And then these are the kinds of activities that people did later on. So not the first thing they did, but if they continued to need help, these are the kinds of services that they accessed. And you can see, group therapy, accessing self-help materials and books and online. And then there were much less frequent were people who went to residential treatment, people who had a counseling relationship with a family doctor or a general practitioner, people who had counseling from a clergy, or people who got medication. And you can see that these ones are a little bit more variable in terms of how they were perceived. Certainly, the few people who went to residential found it, particularly helpful. Family doctors didn't do so well in terms of how they were rated as well. So, there's that darn lag, and how do we get people to act sooner on their concerns? And what was clear from this investigation is that people do more than one strategy, including kind of harm reduction strategies. And so sometimes we're sort of critical of the efforts that are made to provide harm reduction options for people. Certainly where it's not mandatory, like in North America, the uptake is very low and so forth. This would really say that, for some people, having that available and, they perceive that as having been effective in terms of helping them. And I think that's a good message for us to remember. And then, as I mentioned, there wasn't any predominant or more effective treatment choice among what people chose to do. So keeping all the pathways open seems to be a reasonable approach from a public health systems perspective. So we also then were interested to know about how people became aware of these services. They did lots of different things. How did they find out about them? And we were, again, a little surprised that most frequently people said that they got information about the service that they accessed through a healthcare provider. So again, take-home message, we need to make sure that our healthcare providers are well-armed, that they know what the services are, and they can provide appropriate, effective referrals. And then I guess less surprising where people search the web, and when you search the web, you get a lot of good stuff and you get a lot of stuff that's less than good. So I think that's important. And then, information available at gambling venues were also frequent, and calling helplines and so forth. So I had a postdoc, a colleague now, Youssef Alami, who put together this wonderful interactive slide, table, that allows you to kind of think about your system as a whole. So on the left-hand side here are all of the different sources of information. And on this side are all of the different services that people accessed. And it's interactive in that if you put the cursor over there on calling a helpline, you can see where people who called a helpline ended up going. And you can kind of see, what information and advice is being provided by the helpline. And you can see that most of the people, went to individual counseling, but, a variety of people went to other types of services. If you put the cursor on family members, like when family members seek out information, where do people end up? It's even a bigger variety of different services. So, group therapy, more people are going to, are self-excluding based on family and friends advice than helpline advice, for example, which is very interesting. You can also put the cursor over on this side then and see for each service, how did people get there? And so here, this is for self-exclusion. And the biggest pathway are people getting information at a gambling venue. But also there is seeing a media announcement. And then again, you can see that the helpline doesn't seem to be a good source of information that people would then self-exclude. So you can kind of think about your system as a whole and how people move through it and where is it that you might want to do a little bit more work to make it more effective. So I'm going to give you a QR code and you can kind of play around with this table afterwards. So I wanted to, I know I'm just out of time here, so I wanted to very quickly kind of indicate that we're not kind of naive, that we know that people with gambling problems tend to have other mental health problems and substance abuse problems, and people are seeking treatment and trying to make changes in those areas at the same time. So we didn't do a full assessment of mental health problems with this sample, but we did ask them, do you think that your gambling problems are related to mental health or substance abuse problems? And you can see that half the people said, oh, definitely this is linked. My gambling problem is linked to these things. And then another 20% said that they were slightly linked. So we need to be thinking about that when we're offering services. And if you look at people who access either substance abuse or mental health in addition to gambling, you can see here that these things occur earlier than the gambling help generally. And so again, take-home message is when people are in treatment for substance use or mental health, we need to make sure that the service providers are able to address the gambling issue or direct people to services, or that might help decrease the lag if we do a better job of that. And then just finally, we asked people this one question about other behavioral addictions, whether they had experienced them in the past year. So pornography, shopping, video games, and so forth. And you can see that 45% of people said yes. And this is something we're not really addressing at all. And how that interacts with gambling problems and mental health problems and substance use problems, I think, needs to be better understood and factored into how we think about the system. So we've lots to learn about how mental health problems and addictions are intertwined, and this has implications for prevention and for treatment as well. So I'll stop there. This is the QR code for the interactive table, if you want to play around with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hawkins. Very insightful, and I mean, your conclusions have a certain value to distinguish between means, between tools that are less or more effective in protecting players. We have a question, and I'd like to raise this question,
Sure.
and hopefully you have the answer. The question is, what about recovery in the absence of abstinence? Do gamblers have to stop completely in order to recover?
The short answer is no. I mean, I think that similar to what we've learned with substance use addictions is that most people actually aren't completely abstinent. If you look at kind of follow people who have been successful in recovery, many of them will continue some small level of involvement. So the emphasis is on small. So they're not kind of regular gamblers. If they've experienced impairment of control and continue to gamble on a very regular basis, it's likely that's going to resurface. It's a little bit more complicated in the gambling field than it is in the substance abuse field to define abstinence, right? So when you say abstinence, do you mean that they quit electronic gaming machines, but they continue to buy lottery tickets and they, continue to occasionally play poker with their friends? If it's sports betting is the issue, what does that mean about their annual trip to Las Vegas? And so forth. So defining it is challenging. The general sense is that programs that focus on helping people reduce are as effective as programs that focus on abstinence. Again, like with substance abuse, the more severe the problem, the more likely it is that the person will find it easier to actually just give it up than trying to maintain their control over it.
Understood. So even the long answer provides a lot of clarification. Thank you very much. This is everything which has been raised in terms of questions.
Great.
So thank you very much again. And we're looking forward to our next speaker and presenter. And interestingly, you came from Canada, and our next speaker is also coming from Canada, this time from Toronto. Please welcome on the stage Mr. Richardson Amate. He is the Director of Youth Safety and Social Media at the Digital Wellness Center in Toronto. You're holding a Bachelor of Science in Psychology, and that is part of the introduction of your topic. You've done a lot of research, and you're really known for leading global initiatives that integrate neuroscience-based break tools into gaming environments. TikTok is a word to mention, of course. Well, your substantial academic background and your practical experience qualifies you to deliver a fantastic presentation this morning. Here you go. Thank you.
Good morning, guys. Let's see if this works. So, my focus is on responsible gambling and the initiative that we have created. But before I even start, I want to give credit to Dr. Mary Donahue, who the foundation of this is all based on her research on emotional regulation and communication with different generations as well. And also a part of this micro break is using the concept of neuroscience to help people make better decisions. So I'm not here to kind of tell you what's going on. I actually want you to engage and see how it works. If anything that you take out from today, I want you to remember that Gen Z don't really like the messaging of responsible gaming. And even responsible gaming, they want to feel it. They want the experience of they want to experience responsible gaming. Or you can just say responsible experience. So before I even start, I want to show you how this actually works. We're gonna all do a 30-second micro break and see how it affects you. But note to self, I'm actually gonna pick random people to tell me what their experience is. And also, I will reward them with Amazon gift cards. I only have 4, so only 4 people will be chosen. So, here you go. Oh, I think I'm clicking the wrong button. Oops. Okay, so I want everyone to pull out their phone, raise it up high in the air. I want to see this. Everyone, raise it up high. There we go. I want to see that everyone is engaged. Now, I want you to scan this QR code, and we're all going to participate on this micro break. I'll give everyone about 2 minutes to interact and engage with it, and I'm going to observe your behavior and your movements. And then I will explain to you what's happening, and also correlating with what we have already seen with players, especially Gen Z, and also with employees, with the people that we have interacted and done ethnographies in land-based casinos, and also online. I will do this myself too as well. Let me know if you have any problems with it. So when you scan this, you should see it goes directly to a micro break. And what we'll be specifically showing is a Drudo. It's an abstract, an art, where it's very hard to tell what it is, but I want you to interact and see what your guesses are. If you're able to interact with it, go ahead and continue. But I'm gonna, just from observing right now, I see people laughing and giggling. Maybe they're getting it wrong, maybe they're getting it right. But it serves the whole purpose, it serves the whole point. We are trying to take people to focus on the game and keep all the noise quiet around them. We notice that when people are in very stressful situations, they tend to make bad decisions. So I'm gonna just say a couple of things when it comes to respects to dopamine levels. When someone has a high dopamine level, they're like, oh, I'm gonna win. I wanna keep playing, I'm gonna win. They're probably chasing their losses. They're probably, making even worse decisions about chasing those losses. But when their dopamine levels are really low, they're like riding the waves. I personally just got married, and I realized that there are times that when I'm stressed, I might say not the best things because I'm not in the right mood or because I'm stressed. How many of you have done that, been angry and have said something regretful? Raise up your hands. Exactly, it's the same concept. We want people who are gambling and playing to have fun, to always remember that gambling is an entertainment, to have fun, but to play safe. But with these micro breaks, what we are showing is we're giving them that pause that they need to come back to reality and say, maybe I don't want to bet that much. Maybe I think I need a little break. I can come back later and play again. So the whole focus is to help players make better decisions with every game. We are bringing neuroscience into this with the microbreaks. There are many microbreaks that we actually have. I just wanted to present you with the Doodles, which is actually really a fun microbreak that Gen Z actually love to interact and engage with. But as I said, the whole point is to help them make better decisions. We want to give them the right microbreak at the right time, at the right game. So let's go back and understand the different types of generations and how they interact with these tools. But I want to focus on Gen Z because that is what I specialize in. When it comes to Gen Z, they love visual content and gamified experience. As I showed you with the microbreaks, it is a gamified experience. You do not have to win. You do not have, you can win or you can lose, but it still serves the whole purpose of giving them that little break that they need to come back and realize, okay, I think I've played enough. I think I can move forward. Or they can just go back and continue to entertain themselves, but they would make better decisions and play in a safer way. Think about it like this. When you drink alcohol, you need water. So we are the water between the drinks. You'll also see that the impact on gambling behavior is Gen Z are really quick to engage, especially when they engage with these microbreaks. Some people think that it interrupts the gaming experience, but in reality, it doesn't, because it's actually part of the customer journey with entertaining them at the same time. You're giving them a tool that is entertaining them, just like how gambling is entertaining them, but you're doing it with the right messaging that attracts and engages these young men. And not only young men, but the generation of these people. So here's a quick case study. We are focusing on marketing right now and focusing on the message that needs to be delivered, incorporating the microbreaks with these messages too as well. I'm going to show you the comparisons that we did with a small operator and what we did on TikTok with our partnership with TikTok. So with the small operator, there was a duration for 3 months. They had a campaign that was polished, traditionally creative, had a really cool ad, had a really good production, and they spent about $20,000 to produce this. They had reached about 350,000 people. We couldn't confirm the generation because all this were based on impressions. We couldn't measure the engagement. We could not measure their NPS score, which the NPS score measures how people build trust with the brand. And then we could see that their cost per metric was about $57 per 1,000 people. And the tools that were used with the operator was legacy media and generic targeting, so targeting everyone. Could be on billboards, could be on screens, or, as I said, commercials, but you can't really see the impact of these. Even though the message is going out to the public, how can you track and see the outcome and see the change and the effect of these ads? It looked right, but did it really convert? So when you compare it to what we did, we had a campaign for 7 days, and literally our ad was filmed with my iPhone. Cost only $150 just to push it out with our partnership. We had reached 67,000 Gen Z target, because you can specify what age, what group, what language. You can customize it to target specific people. And just like how you guys engage with the micro breaks, we had 431 people leave TikTok to go to the Digital Wellness Center and engage with our micro breaks. That to me was wild. In fact, I work hand in hand with the TikTok group, and before we had even started, they had told me maybe you'll get 10 or 12 people interact. But after 7 days, we had 431 people interact. Crazy. We also were able to measure the NPS score to see how we are building trust with these groups. We had also seen the cost per metric, which was $2.22, and the tools we had used was TikTok, our AI, and the emotional segmentation, which was knowledge based on the research of Dr. Mary Donahue and all written in her book. We had presented this to the AGCO, who are the regulators in Ontario, and they were shocked because they didn't have data like this. They didn't know how operators could see the outcome of their messaging. And fun fact, we actually partnered with Kindbridge Behavioral Health, and they wanted us to run a campaign for them for about a year. It's only day 3. And I checked this morning to see how many people are using the micro breaks and their Kai AI, which is a chat that allows people to ask questions on their mental health and specifically gambling. And this morning when I checked, we had about 3,000, which honestly blew out my whole data. I was like, I don't know what to show you guys because this is what I had prepared for you, but we've had about 3,000, we've reached 150,000 people and had about 3,000 people engage with not only the micro break, but the Kai chat box. And guess how much the amount of money we had spent? It got up to $150. Literally, $150. This shows us that Gen Z not only wants a responsible experience, but when you present them a tool that they can use, they will choose on their own to use it. And that is wild to me, because when you look at responsible messages right now, you don't want it to be in a negative context. You actually want it to be authentic. It doesn't have to be expensive, but people will choose they will choose to use the tools that is presented to them if they're capable, but you just have to engage them. And engaging them is not that hard. They want to relate to everyone. They want to see that another person is able to use a tool and relate to them and be like, you know what, I can do it too. So, as I said before, I want you guys to, if anything, take this, that the new generation of players does not just want responsible gaming, they expect responsible experience. I'm gonna share an experience that I had when we were doing an ethnography in one of the land-based casinos. And this is also in regard to how employees in this land-based casino work with people. So I was focusing on young men, a group of young men who were playing poker. And we had our micro breaks on the wall, very small though, but yet they were scanning it and playing. One person scanned it, and all I noticed was another guy came into it because he asked, what do you think this picture is? I'm losing. And then 3, and then 4, and then 5 people all came together to start to interact with these micro breaks, but they were laughing and having fun. It's part of the experience. If you incorporate these micro breaks in the customer journey and allow them to interact with it, they can have that pause that they need to make a better decision. And also, from the perspective of the employees, who were at times had a hard time to interact with these players, they said that it makes it so much easier because they are able to go up to someone and say, hey, try this. I think you'll have a lot of fun. And they're able to give them little coffees and whatever they have. But there was an experience where a lady told the employee she was on the slot machine for hours and hours, just playing and playing. So this lady went up to her and gave her the micro break, and all of a sudden, from a stressed, don't bother me look, to her laughing and having fun with these micro breaks. But this shows that you just have to allow people to have the tools that can help them pause and reset. So, I have repeated this message a lot about high dopamines and low dopamine levels and how it impacts the decision making. I really want you to think about that and relate it to yourself too as well. It doesn't have to be even in gaming, because it is a real thing and it happens every day. Sometimes we do not know what mood people are in when they go, or the reason, or even why they go gambling. There could be many different reasons and many different moods that affect the decision making when it comes to gambling. But know that emotional balance is player protection. It's not about stopping the play, because it is part of an entertainment. But you want to help people. You want to make Gen Z feel like they are in control of what they are doing. You don't tell them to stop playing or give them the school teacher vibe of you've passed your limit, you're doing something bad. No. That's the wrong messaging. That's so negative, and that does not work. In fact, it makes people more angry. Gen Z knows when they are stressed, when they know so much about their own self, because they are emotionally literate. They just need tools that can help them understand what they are feeling. One thing that I've noticed is with Gen Z is they always say, I feel, I feel, I feel. It's always about how I feel. So with operators, they have to help them feel like they are in control. This is all part of the experience, adding this into the customer journey and allowing them to feel like they are in control, to make that decision. But you are helping them with tools like these and the messages that you push out. All this plays a big role to help people make better decisions. With the micro break that I showed you, there is, as I said, there are many versions or many games that you can play, but it's very seamless. I want you to understand that integration is very simple. When you look at the journey of a customer or of a player, especially Gen Z, when you gamify a tool they will use, they will be able to understand that, you know what, this is fun, let me try it. I can step away a little bit and then come back and play. That is our goal. We just want to help people make better decisions. And that, my friends, is it. You can scan and play this, but I want to go with time. But you're always, anytime, you can always email me at Ari@the Digital Wellness Center, and we can talk more about not only the micro breaks, but how the messaging works with Gen Z and how to push it out forward. Thank you.
There are a couple of questions indeed. And the first one is, how long should the micro breaks last?
So from research, not by us, but to test the micro breaks itself, usually it takes about 3 minutes for people to actually change their moods from stress to happy or stress to better. So about 55% of that time, people are actually getting better. And you don't have to play for a long time. There is no time limit. People can play as long as they want or as short as they want. It doesn't really matter. It does do the job.
Thank you. And the second question, what's the neuroscience behind the micro breaks? Is it related to dopamine, whatever you like to pronounce it?
Yes. So I don't really want to go too much into it because it will take some time to explain. But the whole point is to stop, pause, and to reframe. When the dopamine, as I explained before, when the dopamine levels are high, you want to chase. You kind of go into flight or fight mode, and as I said, you want to chase, you want to get it. But if your dopamine levels are low, you're kind of just riding the wave of it. You're not going anywhere, but you're just still there playing. So inserting this micro break adds serotonin to it, and to balance the dopamine levels. We want you to be balanced. That's when you're able to make the best decision.
Well, thank you very much. So far, this was the presentation. We're now going to relax and have some sort of a talk show format for a lovely fireside chat. It will be 10 minutes, so we move over to the other end of our stage. Make yourself comfortable. So we learned this particular generation Z. I think it's the late 90s and up to 2015, 20 so far.
Yes.
So if you're born and raised within that period of time, you should listen. If not, you should also listen, of course. They are demanding more than just player protection, just responsible gaming. They're demanding responsible experience. What is the main criteria or the main features from the perspective of generation that describes the experience?
So, as I had talked about, just incorporating a fun, engaging tool to the customer journey, not just messages or pop-ups, but to have, as I said, like the micro breaks to come through to be a part of that entertainment to help them make better decisions. Those are things that we have seen with our partners and as they have used it. But that is specifically what happens usually with that experience. And they love it. They love that is a part of it because they build trust with the brand and they can then move forward and say, okay, cool, this is not something coming from outside. This is not you stopping me from playing. This is not an outside message saying, oh, you're a bad player. But it's a tool that helps them say like, oh, okay, along with the entertainment of gambling and sports betting and whatever they're doing, they're able to engage with another tool, a fun tool.
That's fascinating. So, in how far does this differ from the traditional approach of protecting players? Mm-hmm. My understanding from what you said is just the term responsible gambling is something to avoid, to leave them more freedom to not have the feeling of it's something critical I'm doing, it's something maybe usual. And how far would you comment on this?
So that's a good question. As I said, Gen Z know how they feel. And when we come hard on them saying that you're making them feel like they're doing something bad, even though it may be harming them, allowing them to have a tool in place that is set, really, they will choose, they will go out of their way to go do it. We had a proof of concept with an affiliate, and they are very, they love responsible gambling, and you know what, we had put our micro breaks in the responsible gaming section and under, and it took about 3 clicks to get there. On top of that, read everything and then participate. In my mind, I thought, this is gonna be hard. I don't know how many people might get tired and bored, but we had about 1,500 people go through to do it, to actually click multiple times to get to that. And that just showed us that if you give them a tool, they will go out of their way to use it. You're not giving them the school teacher, you're bad, you're doing this, you're restricting them, but you're giving them the opportunity to choose for themselves what is best for them. As I said, they know how they feel.
Interesting. Your research found out that this is obviously typical for the Generation Z, because this generation completely was born and raised in the digital age. Yep. I think that's the main characteristics to distinguish from other generations, before and after. But I think it could be worse to consider whether this conclusion can be applied to older and younger people as well. What do you think?
Yes, 100%. So funny enough, with our campaign with TikTok, about 70% of the people who engaged with our micro breaks were Generation Z. But we had about 20% of the rest of the people interacting were 55-year-old plus women.
All right.
So it really does depend on them. Also, it depends on the messaging you're pushing out, because it's meant for everyone. It's not really meant for a specific generation. Because one thing that I have noticed, especially on social media, especially with Generation Z, is that they want to relate with everyone. It doesn't matter how old you are, doesn't matter how young you are, they want to be able to relate with a person. We had set a campaign specifically for hockey season, and this is targeting the younger generation. And you know what we used? We had used an older gentleman who was about 65 years old. And the question that came back to us was, why would you use a 65-year-old gentleman? How are they going to relate with that person? And I told them, they don't care. They really don't care who you're putting in front. All they care about is that they are able to relate with them.
Right. So the theory behind it is crystal clear. I fully understand. The challenging question is, well, raising awareness is important. It's the first step.
Yes.
But now turning the awareness into meaningful, significant action, that's the challenge. Well, how can we do this?
So I'm just going to go back to the campaign we did for Kindbridge Behavioral Health. Just having not only the messaging and the ads right, and having not only the micro breaks, but also allowing them to use the chat bot so that they can express themselves and ask questions that can help. That alone is taking action, and that leads to giving people the right resources that they need. So, as I said before, there could be messages as an ad that just shows to a whole general amount of people, but what is the action, what is the outcome that comes of it? We don't know how to track that. Dr. Mary Donahue always tells me, if something is not measured, it is not real. And I truly believe that. So as we show that we are able to track someone who not only sees a message online or on board, but they're able to actually go through many sequences that can get them help, or that can help them change their behavior or change their mood as well.
Right, and those who apply your conclusions, this is, I would say, the majority of all stakeholders in the industry. It's regulation, it's education, preventing programs. I guess the challenge is to align them and to get them together in order to perform best player protection. Any advice how this can be made?
Well, then that's a good question, because you have to look at the business aspect and also helping the players aspect. So when you look at responsible gaming, it should not be looked at as a cost. When you look at the business sense of it, you should look at it as a sustainability. You are, with this young generation, with how much they feel, and having a operator make a player feel good and feel that they are in control of the game, and giving them rewarding them for their good behavior, this builds trust with that brand, with the operator, so that they can continue to stay with them for a longer period of time. We always have to look at the sustainability part, not only the messaging, because that's all good, but when you're talking to stakeholders, you have to show them that why it's important, not only that you're doing a good cause and helping people, but this is going to benefit the company as well too. And if both are in tandem, then that would be the best way to move forward.
Yeah, it's not just enhancing reputation, it's about improving protection. I think that was most delightful. Thank you so much, Richardson. We're now having a coffee break of 30 minutes. That means I see you maybe at 11:15 back again in this room. Enjoy the coffee break and lovely talks. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well done, thank you.
Πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σε πάρει στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Είναι πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Είναι πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Είναι πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Είναι πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The 8th Safer Gambling Conference will begin in 3 minutes.
Πιο safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Sir, we are ready to begin.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The 8th Safer Gambling Conference, organized by the National Betting Authority, is about to begin. Before the official start of the conference, we would like to briefly draw your attention to a few operational matters in order to ensure the smooth running of the event. First, please make sure that your mobile phone is switched to silent mode. You will find a QR code in front of you, which you can scan to access the agenda of the conference. For free internet access, simply connect to the Open Wireless Network under the name Hilton Honors Meeting. For any further information or assistance that you may require during the conference, please don't hesitate to contact the IMH Secretariat outside. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the conference's chair, Jörg Hoffmann, head of the betting and gaming group at Melchers Law Firm in Germany.
Thank you very much and welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break as much as I did. We're now going to cross borders, frontiers. Our next speaker will bring us up to date with modern and new technologies. And so far, I'm happy to welcome Mrs. Yadena Amalgor to present the stage. She is Customer Success Manager at Mindway AI, helping operators to implement neuroscience-driven safer gambling and compliance solutions. Before she served in this new position, she gained experience for more than 15 years at the operator side, the gaming industry, with respect to player protection, safer gambling. So it's a practical and a scientific knowledge which is worth to pay attention to. Here we go. Thank you. And please, mind you, questions can be raised via Slido, just to keep that in mind. Now the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Yardena, and as they introduced me, I'm the Customer Success Manager at Mindway AI. But today I'm here to talk to you about how AI can transform player protection, moving us from static thresholds to a more innovative and progressed technology. The focus is protecting players earlier while also supporting a sustainable growth for the operators. To see where we're going, let's start with how we got here. If it will work. No? It is not working. Oh, good. So, that's a tricky one. Okay. So for years, the industry relied on simple thresholds, time spent, money spent, things like that. If you cross the line, that's it. You're flagged and done. Later, we came with a more hybrid approach, something that combines analytical data on top of the thresholds. So we had some deposits and loss patterns. We added financial markets beyond the spend, and some player interaction data. This was better, much better, but it still missed some subtle risks of harm. Now, technology and regulation have moved on, and operators are realizing that sustainable play is also good for business. It's better to keep a player engaged for longer, for years, than losing them in a heartbeat. I think that brings us to behavioral AI, what we do. But that raises a crucial question. If we're asking AI to predict problem gambling, what are we asking them to predict? Oh. Here's the challenge. Measuring things like self-exclusion, PGSI surveys, or spikes in behavior are unclear targets for AI. We can't just tell them, look for this only. Also, a lot of the things are not good enough for detection. So let's take self-exclusion, for example. Only 20% of self-defined problem gamblers have ever used self-exclusion. And only 31% of those that actually self-exclude define themselves as problem gamblers. So if we train AI to treat self-exclusion as a definition of harm, we're building on a very, very weak and inconsistent ground. It's the same with PGSI survey. They're self-reported. They can only capture a moment in time. And sudden spikes in play don't always mean harm. Sometimes it's normal just to have a variance. Some people will have a fun day, fun weekend, will play, very extreme, and that's it, won't play again for weeks. So that's not a good enough target as well. And when we look back at thresholds, we see that they struggle to deliver that as well. So in this, we can see that threshold-based approach will target only the red group at the corner, but it might have missed a lot of other players. The problem with the threshold is basically they flag the wrong players. For example, someone who spends a lot but can afford it. And what about players that risky behavior never cost those lines at all? They play with small amounts of money because that's what they can afford, but they play a lot. They'll never hit the financial threshold. And for the most extreme players, by the time they're flagged, it might be too late. So the result, we have too many false positives and missed opportunities for early intervention. Oh, sorry, wrong button. Okay, so instead of generic thresholds, the solution is to focus on the individual. So the alternative is to look at, sorry. And to look at the individual gambling behavior. The alternative is to look at the individual player, their unique gambling journey, their behavioral patterns. It's not a one-size-fits-all. That's where AI comes in. And our starting point is that people, experts who understand harm. At Mindway AI, we start with people. Our expert panel, psychologists, treatment specialists, researchers, manually assess accounts and score them against their own markers. Of course, you can't do this with millions of accounts. It's just not an option, right? And that's where technology comes in. We trained our AI to be a virtual psychologist. It learns from all the scorings that our expert panels are doing and scores pretty much the same. So what's the difference that does it make when we compare it to thresholds? That's the result. So where thresholds would mark only the top bottom, right bottom group, the game scanner, our solution, the Mindway solution, will flag customers at different points. And they'll mark that guy at red and those at yellow at early signs of risk, so we can really treat them and engage with them earlier. I know it all sounds theoretical, but we've measured how well this is done. So we can see that our model, with at least 89% of players manually assessed as high risk, were flagged by our systems as well. And at least 87% of subjects detected by Mindway AI were confirmed by the panelists that are at high risk. So we know that the model is working. And let's try and take a closer look at how individual players look like. This will play a short video that shows you how a player profile looks like for 3 months. I think the video. Oh? No? Can we try and play the video? Nope. Okay. I won't wait for the video, but I'll just talk you through this. So the video was supposed to show how the spire diagram moves from green to red, how slowly but surely problem gambling evolves. And this will be a more breakdown of this, right? So we can see different points in time where the operator could have engaged with the customer and probably bring them back into normal behavior rather than allowing them to go into such high risk. So every change in color will be a change in risk score. So every point of this change could have been an opportunity for an operator to speak to a customer and try to bring them back, nudge them back into safety. But risk isn't always gradual, right? Sometimes harmful behavior spikes suddenly, even if the overall score hasn't changed much. That's why we also measure something called intensity. Intensity score shows how a risky player behavior in a single day. And we consider things like time spent playing, depositing behavior, number of bets, and we compare that to the general population and the customer's behavior. So we can also show here an intensity. So while a customer might be safe, we can still see spikes in behavior. And these were also opportunities to nudge a player and check in and see if they're okay. Check if they're, referring to the previous presentation, are they still enjoying themselves? Are they having fun? Because these behaviors might show not. And also show an operator where the opportunities are. This allows us to capture sudden binge sessions or bursts of risky behavior, even when long-term risk score looks quite stable, right? So let me show you how it looks in practice. So this is what an operator will see. They will see the customer's risk score, they'll see their age of the customer, what brand they're using, and they'll see the SPY diagram will show them exactly what markers of harm have triggered this kind of score. So the operator has a full view of the customer behavior along the time. We usually measure for 92 days. We compare behavior in the past 92 days, but we constantly score players on a daily basis. So this is the combined score. So I think to wrap it up, thresholds were a good start, but they missed too much, I think, for all of us. And AI lets us focus on individuals, learning from experts at scale. And the model works. It's scalable, it's validated, and it's already protecting millions of customers worldwide. So smart protection isn't just a future idea. It's here today. Thank you.
Wait, please. Thank you very much. See, this is a topic to follow. AI is moving so fast, and I guess next year there will be more developments. And I know that AI is very successfully performing in so many jurisdictions, applying this smart technology for player protection. That's why I guess we will see you more often in the future. Thank you very much. There are no questions with Slido. If someone has a question, you can raise your arm. If not, that shows that the information provided was sufficient. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is a well-known speaker to this audience, a frequent contributor to this conference, Dr. Michael Auer. Welcome to the stage. Hi, pleased to meet you. He calls himself a gambling researcher, but he's so much more, apart from the fact that he has published over 50 academic studies based on, as you call it, real-world data. I would call it based on evidence, which is key for a good basis of academic research. And this applies to online and land-based gamblers. So you understand gambling behavior, you understand the issues with gamblers, and we understand we will learn a lot from your knowledge. And we do it right now.
Hi, thanks, and thanks for inviting me to the conference. My accent is slightly German, although I'm from Austria. I don't look like him, but I talk like him, okay? So I'd also like to thank Dr. Mark Griffiths, who is a UK-based researcher, gambling behavioral addictions researcher, and most of my studies were published in collaboration with him. Nekton is a company which I founded where I still work, and we have developed a couple of player tracking applications. And what I'd like to talk about today is actually intervention. It's actually prevention of problem gambling. And that's why I'm showing this pyramid here. So what do? Like, we focus a lot on the detection, right? So we heard my colleague here speak about player tracking, identification, how do risky players look like, what do they do, how can we profile them? But can we actually use player tracking data? Can we use machine learning? Can we use AI to prevent somebody from developing issues in the first place? Today we already saw a very nice presentation about short videos, to sort of divert somebody's attention, to lower the dopamine level. And that's sort of, my study here that I'm presenting leans a lot, into the same direction. And here it's important, how many people actually develop a problem with gambling. And if we look at, their participation rate of people who engage with gambling, any sort of gambling over a period of time, then usually the percentage of problem gamblers or pathological gamblers is relatively low. We're talking about 1%, we're talking about, in some jurisdictions, about 5%, but it's actually, in the below 1%, 1 to 5% area. And most of the individuals, most of the players, the gamblers, consume the product in a safe way. And we can use technology to prevent them from spending more than they can afford to lose, from suffering from gambling-related harm. So what are we trying to do? Right, with detection, we are trying to find those who already fell over the cliff, right? They're dead. They fell over the cliff, they overspent, that's it, right? And detection can help us to identify who are the ones that spend more than they should. They gamble in an erratic way, they deposit very frequently, they gamble during the nighttime, they chase after the losses. That's one thing which works quite well, right? Those algorithms, like you heard before, are quite accurate, they have high specificity, they have high sensitivity. But what about actually preventing that from happening and creating an environment which is safe, right? Engaging with players as early as possible. And, we want to build sort of a fence on the cliff to prevent them from falling over. And we can use data, we can use player tracking, we can use machine learning to facilitate that. And in psychology, we call this nudging. What's nudging? Nudging means, I am, communicating, I'm trying to convince somebody, I'm unconsciously, maybe even in a very sort of, soft way to follow up on a recommendation. And what you see here, probably it's hard to read back there. I mean, I cannot even read it from here, sorry. It's like an operator's gambling site. And what they can do technologically, they can communicate with players at any point of time, right? The online gambling operators, their technology allows them to engage with players. And they do this, of course, very excessively when it comes to marketing, right? In marketing, they want to, promote their gambling. They want to make them deposit as early as possible. They offer them, the game they think they are very likely to play. So in marketing, this is something like the Ferrari. In responsible gaming, we're still talking about the carriage, the bicycle. We don't even have a motor, although we can do it, right? So we can do anything we can think of, also from a player protection point of view. So in the area, so nudging means, okay, we can, sort of keep track of somebody's gambling behavior and make sure they gamble in a safe way. And if we see, they are sort of diverting or leaning a little bit towards overspending, we can do something about it. For example, the micro breaks. And that's something, I'm a study that I'm, presenting now in a bit more detail. So for one of those nudges that, I thought could make sense is that, we've noticed that you're playing quite late today. We just like to let you know that your judgment could be impaired when we recommend to take a break, right? So it always identifies, addresses a certain behavior. It has to be specific, right? Specific in a way, okay, you're playing quite late today, you've already spent, that amount today, you've deposited 5 times today or something like this. And then followed by a recommendation about, taking a micro break, setting up a limit, updating a limit, whatever. It has to be short because like we heard today, I mean, Gen Z don't read something, right? You know, nobody reads anything on the internet. They just want to see a video. They want to have a button. They want to click on something. So, you know, we cannot sort of, you know, over communicate here. And that's just, you know, a short list of my publications or their publications which are relevant when it comes to personalized communication, personalized messaging, nudging, just to show you there is a significant body of research here really that, you know, can be utilized in order to optimize those things. So one more thing which is important here, a lot of regulators, meantime, not sure here about Cyprus, have introduced like player tracking, mandatory player tracking features. You know, they ask operators to track chasing losses, regambling of winnings, long sessions, frequent deposits. So any, you know, behavior you could think about, some regulator out there has actually, you know, introduced these mandatory tracking criteria. What we're going to talk about here is a study that I published based on 4,049 Dutch online players. And what happened here is we actually not focusing on the negative event, but we're focusing on the positive event. So what we do is, when we see that the player wins a significant amount of money, that's the point of time when we're actually messaging the player, right? Because, you know, we are used to talking about responsible gaming messages in negative contexts. Oh, you lost so much, or you gambled so long, or you deposited so much. It's all negative, negative, negative. And very often what's happening is the player, you know, even retreats more, or they might even come up with crazy thoughts like, hey, now they want me to stop gambling because I'm about to win, right? You know, we have all of these, you know, cognitive misbeliefs in gambling. But here it's about, okay, you won money, right? Happy to see that you recently won money. Why don't you use some of that money on a nice dinner or buy yourself something you want? Or it seems like you rarely cash out, even when you win, withdrawing some of that money. So they win money, and then at that point of time, we are trying to nudge them to withdraw some of that money to break this cycle of depositing, winning, and regambling the winnings. Because what we see in those tracking studies, the identification of problematic players, is they rarely withdraw. They regamble their winnings, and at the end of the day, most of their sessions actually terminate with zero balance, which means even if they win, they lose it all again. So what you usually do is that you run a match pair study. So what you see here is we couldn't sort of, you know, assign the players randomized to different experimental groups because this was based on secondary data. But what you do then is you have a player who read one of those messages, you find another player who's very similar in shape, I mean in gambling behavior, of course, same gender, same age, same, you know, gambling history, and sort of match that guy from the control group to the guy from the experimental group, right? So this is called a matched pairs design, which is a weaker design, of course, as a randomized, you know, experiment, but it's still valid, you know, from an academic point of view. So you have to imagine there's a guy, he receives this message about the winning that I showed before. There is another guy, and this guy sort of is matched. He didn't receive the message, but we observe what's happening. So previous studies have measured the impact of nudging on reduced money or time spent. Studies, the study used to withdrawing of money from the gambling account as outcome variable. So this is what we do, right? So our outcome variable is actually not do they play less, do they spend less time, do they spend less money. It's about do they actually withdraw money. So the cool thing about this study is it's really one objective variable, right? I have one thing that I want to observe, that I want to improve, that I want to measure. Do they take money from the gambling account and put it back into their bank account? Easy to measure, objective criteria. This is what this is about. And here we see, did it work or did it not work? Fortunately, it did work. Oops, I think it's something's happening here. The AI was triggered. I'm not sure why. And here we see that it actually works. So what we see here in this table is the first line is the first type of message, the winning streak message. The first column, the N, is the number of observations, 372. The second column is how many players actually withdrew money in the control group. It was 38%. So 38% of the players who read this message, hey, we're happy that you won some money, withdraw some, actually followed up on that recommendation. Is this a lot? Is this too little? we don't know unless we compare it to the control group, right? We always need a control group to compare it to, and the control group is our matched pairs, originates from our matched pairs design, and in the control group, it's 14%. So I see that there's an impact and effect, and the players who read the message are almost three times more likely to withdraw money compared to the players in the control group. So it works, and it works very well. So what we see here is we utilize this positive moment of winning. We message the player at that point of time, and of course it's important that this is a timely message, right? I can't send a message a week later, because if they want money, I mean, they will gamble it away very quickly. Ideally, I do this pretty much in real time. And the second message, which had a couple of different criteria, we see that 18% of the players withdrew money and 10% in the control group. So still statistically significant, of course, and also, I would say, meaningful, impactful. So now you could argue, yeah, okay, this works, but you know, if somebody gambles really intensively, if they are a high roller, if they play the slots, they ignore all of that, which is, you know, often the case that these RG messages, RG initiatives, they work well for the recreational player, but if somebody is really into it, right, if they spend, you know, in the top 1% percentile, it don't work. So what you usually do is you look at those numbers also in terms of gambling intensity. So what we see here is 4 groups of players, right? The group number 1 are the ones who gambled very little. The group number 4 are the 25% with the highest spending. And we want to make sure that the effect that we observed before between the target group, the ones who read the message, and the control group who do not read the message, is still there. And we see it is there, and it's consistent across the groups. So we see even among the top 25% of highest spending players, 22% withdraw money after reaching the message, and 10% withdraw in the control group. So this holds true for players who play recreationally. This holds true for players who play, you know, in extreme. Furthermore, we also looked at the amount they actually withdrew, right? Out of those players who withdrew money, no matter whether you read the message or not, how high is the amount? Because still, you know, we could have you know, an effect here, but you know, it could sort of be could be leveled out through the amount spent or something like that. And we see also the amount is significant, right? In the winning streak message, players on average withdrew 400 if they read the message, and if somebody withdrew without reading the message, but it's just a random, you know, occurrence, it's 165 euros. So also here I see there is an impact. So it's not just the fact that they are more likely to withdraw money when they receive this message, but they also withdraw larger amounts. That's the paper. So this is open source, of course, and you know, anybody can download it, can, you know, dive into the details and send me, you know, any types of questions. So what did we learn? Online gambling companies can detect any type of behavior and message a player based on any activity, right? Like we saw here, winning money, losing money, withdrawing money, and it's possible to nudge players to withdraw money after they have won, and it also works, so they actually follow up on the recommendation, withdrawing the money. The chance of withdrawing increases when players receive this message. It's as likely among high-intensity players compared to recreational players, and players who withdraw money based on the nudge on the message are also withdrawing larger amounts. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Michael. We have the pleasure to enjoy your wisdom for another couple of minutes together with Vida for a fireside chat. If you'd be so nice to join us on stage. I'll leave it to you both.
That's me.
Thank you very much. Now it's time to talk about whatever you want to.
Morning.
Good morning.
So I will be your moderator this time for the fire chat. So thank you both for the insightful presentations. They really set the stage for our fire chat. We've heard a lot about how AI, machine learning, and data analytics are transforming, let's say, how we understand and address the gamers' behavior and gambling behavior. So, but with every technological breakthrough, there are two sides of the story, I would say. So today we'll explore here in our fire chat how AI and data analytics can be used to detect harm, protect players, of course, and how we ensure that these tools are used responsibly, ethically, and transparently, of course. So I will start with Michael with a more big picture question. You've done an extensive research in this area, so how is the prevention and detection of problem gambling regulated around the world? Are there any regions, countries that are leading the way?
Good questions. We discussed this before in the break. So I see, now currently two directions. So some countries like Germany, UK, Netherlands follow, a very rule-based approach. So what's happening there is that the gambling regulators introduced like very specific criteria. For example, a player gambles for 3 hours in a row. A player deposits 3 times on a day. A player uses 3 methods of payment, 3 credit cards. A player chases after their losses. And once players meet these criteria, which can of course be tracked, analyzed, observed in the online gambling environment, the operators have to take an action and or report players to the authority. Actions might be block the player, run an affordability test, so basically purchase third-party data about a person's, available income and those kinds of things. And then you have other regulators, for example, Spain, and they now are in a process of rolling out an algorithm they developed, like the regulator, to all of their license holders. So this is then follows more a black box-based approach, because I always, emphasize an AI cannot be transparent, right? I cannot, call Elon Musk on my phone and ask him, hey, how does my Tesla, if I had one, detect another car? You can't put it into words. An algorithm, per definition, a machine learning, an AI is not transparent because it uses a lot of different variables. It's multilinear, it's nonlinear. So you just have to trust that the outcome is actually doing what it's supposed to do, but you have no idea. So I see, two approaches. One, the very specific rule-based approach that some regulators follow, and the black box approach. Okay, you apply an algorithm, either we supply this algorithm as a regulator or you develop your own, but this algorithm then controls the next steps.
Okay, thank you. Very clear. And Jordana, back to you now. You work with a lot of operators and regulators. How does Mindway AI adapt its tools to different, let's say, jurisdictions and different frameworks? And just another question before answering that, do you think that the use of these technologies just ticking the box of regulators and satisfy an operator satisfy the regulators?
I'll start with the second question. I think no. I think a lot of the operators that implement such tools like ours or Necton's, they're looking for a bit more than just ticking a box. They want to know more about the player. If they wanted to tick a box, they would set all those thresholds and that's it, and just take the actions that the regulator are taking. But I think they understand it's more than a tick box exercise. They understand that if they do it right and do it well, they'll gain. Commercially, it's better for the business as well, and not just and not just for the ticking a box. So I hope it's not the case. I think slowly it is changing. A lot of operators have been in that place, but it is moving towards the right place. And for your first question, well, currently today we run at Mindway, we run 13 million accounts a month that we run through across 64 jurisdictions. So we have a very big picture of how customers look like. And yes, there are nuances in different jurisdictions. So Brazilian players will play a little bit different, and in Africa they'll play a little bit different. You'll see a lot of micro betting in those countries. So we take our experts panel and we take experts from those countries and we let them analyze some of these accounts so we can tweak our model. So the core, the backbone is the same, but we'll have some tweaks based on jurisdictions.
Okay, and culture, I guess, and yeah.
Of course.
Okay. Thank you. Michael, back to you. Your research has shown that problematic gamblers behave differently. Not how much they spend, but how do they play. So can you explain what these patterns look like?
Sure. So first of all, we often have a very monetary focused approach, right? We think the ones who spend a lot are the problem gamblers. But we have to take into account a person's available income and the reasons to play. So reasons to play means that, I mean, there are scales like questionnaires that sort of try to figure out why somebody gambles. And very often, if you collect these responses from problem gamblers, their reasons to play are not money related or not money related anymore. They play to cope, right? They play to escape. So this is called escapism. They play to escape their daily worries, other issues they might have. There's often lots of comorbidity involved in gambling. So, they might, have issues with drugs, alcohol, personality disorder, depression, whatever it is. So it's not just money related, and very often, if somebody is a problem gambler, they might be from a lower income, layer, and they spend comparably little compared to the high rollers, but they still have an issue, right? And so you can't solve the problem just looking at how much somebody lost, how much somebody deposited, but we have to look at behavioral aspects. So I'll give you a good example. So what we found is that the ones who report problem gambling rarely stop to play having some money left in their account. So usually they gamble until they have a zero balance, right? So they don't withdraw money, they don't manage to stop to play after they have won something, and that might be, comparably little amounts, but, they're always broke at the end of the day, at the end of a session. And they deposit frequently because one of the aspects of disordered gambling is impulsivity, loss of control, right? So they can't, sort of control, they can't plan, they can't pre-commit to, to a limit, but they deposit 20 euros, they gamble, they lose it, they deposit again, they reload their wallet while they are gambling. So you see, those are behavioral aspects which are independent of the level of play, but they are behaviorally specific and you can monitor them across all of the spending groups.
Okay, very interesting. And Yardena, you mentioned earlier that, okay, you have a tool, you have an algorithm. How accurate is that? And how are you sure that you don't flag some players unfairly?
Well, we managed to validate our model, as I presented earlier, that almost 89% of the customers that we flag, the experts agree with. So we see that it works, and there's always room for error. It's never perfect, right? It's never 100%. But what we do is that we flag customers, and we are not the ones taking the actions on the player account. We are the ones giving the tools to the operators. So we'll alert the operators, and they'll go through the account and see all the findings that we found. We'll give them everything in there, and they'll have to make a judgment whether it's right or wrong. And sometimes, from my experience working for an operator, we can see on paper that this is a problem gambler. We believe it's a problem gambler. But then you pick up the phone and you speak to an old lady that says, I have 7 hours alone at home, I'm waiting for someone, I spend 5p here, 2p there, and it's my social life, because I chat with my friends while I do it. So it's not always as it seems, right? But we're here to flag those that we believe that are worth looking at and communicating with. And it's to the operators to decide what to do with them.
So you mentioned that you've called that lady. Is there any human intervention in this process every time?
Absolutely. For operators, they'll have teams having manual interventions and calling customers and speaking to them and ask the right questions to understand why are they gambling, how does it impact their lives, how much they can afford. And they talked through them, and I don't think it's an element we can get rid of ever. We need those humans to speak, to have that compassion and empathy to really get the right answers from the customers.
So it's a combination, actually.
Yeah.
Algorithm and human intervention.
We are just a tool.
Yep. So let's move on to the human side of the data, as we're speaking about humans and how problematic gamblers typically gamble. Michael, based on your studies, what behavioral difference have you observed between at-risk and exceptional players? Are there any universal markets that you see across different countries?
Yeah, so first of all, my answer is always like, if I consult a psychiatrist or psychologist in Austria or in Canada or in Brazil, they will use the same diagnostic instruments, right? So there's the ICD-10, there's the DSM-5, you have the PGSI. So whether, any psychological gambling disorder or any other psychological disorder, you will be subject to the same screening, no matter what, right? If you're a problem gambler, you're a problem gambler in Brazil, you're a problem gambler in Antarctica, you're a problem gambler in Nigeria. However, what's happening is that most countries have very specific regulations, limitations. Like we discussed Germany before, online you can't play a roulette, you only have slot machines. Then some other countries have limitations on the event frequency of slot machines. Other countries limit the maximum spend. So you have, these sort of environmental gambling factors, and they sort of somehow, of course, restrict a person's behavior. If I let somebody gamble somewhere completely freely, no matter, no restrictions, you do whatever you want, then they will show their true self. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if I restrict their gambling, then I have to take that into account algorithmically, analytically, because, it's not sort of because they're going to be restricted to some behavior, and the higher the restriction, of course, the more likely they're going to switch over to the black market, of course. So I never have the entirety of their behavior, and I also always, or most of the time, observe them with one operator. So somebody might play the lottery and buy their weekly ticket, no problem. Mm-hmm. But they are extreme problem gambler with the online slots. So, it's never the entirety of the behavior that I have available analytically if I, apply the algorithms.
Yeah, clear, okay. See, and here, Anna, you work with a lot of jurisdiction frameworks. Have you noticed any difference between different gambling games, casinos, sports, betting, or any other gambling game?
I think we see differences, right? Slot players are very different from sports bettors, and we'll look for different signs. So when it comes to gaming or slots, a fast-paced kind of game, we'll look at the velocity of the play and how quickly they play, how long they play. With sports betting, it's more nuanced. It's about looking for those in-play bets and looking for those events that are not broadcast on TV or very odd leagues that someone is placing a bet on. That will be a red flag, right? We want to see that if it's not a popular sport and it's not a popular team and it's not a popular league and it's at 3 a.m. in the morning, this will be a red flag and things that we'll look for. So each product type looks a little bit different, and that's something we also show to our customers, the operators. We'll show the split between the risk on gaming and sports, or if there are specific games that might be more risky than others, we'll flag that as well, so they can make a decision on what to do with it.
One more thing I'd like to add.
Of course,
what most of the research shows is supports that problem gamblers tend to play more types of games, right? So if somebody's a problem gambler, they're more likely to play slots, roulette, blackjack, lottery. So as soon as you observe, okay, the person engages into multiple, game verticals, they're more likely to be a problem. Doesn't mean they are a problem gambler, but problem gamblers tend to spread their activity across multiple types of games.
It's not a red flag, but someone that has to...
Yeah, it's more likely then,
It's
yeah.
more likely, okay. Okay. So we detect that there is a problematic gamer, let's say, or it's shown signs of a risk. What's next? Michael, what specific tools are you using to detect in order to intervene? You mentioned some tools earlier in your presentation. Can you share again some examples?
So the majority of my research is in that area where we interacted with players in order to, find tools which work. And one example is play breaks, right? So what we did is we interrupted online play, like with actual online casino players, and tried to figure out how long does such an interruption, play break, micro play break actually have to last. So because we saw before, most operators would interrupt somebody's play for 90 seconds. And I thought, okay, is this actually sufficient or not? And so we ran randomized controlled experiment, and some players' play was interrupted for 90 seconds, some for 5 minutes, and some for 15 minutes. And we found that the play break had to last at least for 15 minutes for them to stop gambling. If the play break lasted only for 90 seconds or 5 minutes, 93% of these individuals came back immediately and continued to gamble. So you have, their plays interrupted, but they immediately return to continue to gamble. But if the play break lasts for 15 minutes, they seem to change the activity because it just lasts too long, That's, one specific example. Okay, this is what you can do as an online gambling operator, and this works.
Okay. And Jordana, from your experience, from a point of view, how we can make these, let's say, interventions that Michael just described to be less intrusive?
I think we need to start much earlier, way before we need to intervene. We need to start with early education. So when customers just sign up to the site, show them about the tools, push them to make some self-commitment and put these restrictions on themselves rather than the operator doing it for them. So something that they can really commit to and stand behind. So the start is very, very early, way before we think they have a problem. Just teach them what they need to look for in themselves and what to look for in the site to protect themselves. And later on, it's those soft nudges. It could be a pop-up checking if they're still enjoying themselves, or suggesting go take a break, make a coffee. Just take a 10, 15 minutes break when we detect a binge. So, and I think for me, most importantly, is about personalization, giving them as much information as possible about themselves. So not say, you've been playing long. We can say, you've been playing for 3 hours or 3.5 hours. Give them something that they can understand and not to be too vague. These are the things we've seen working as more personalized as possible.
Okay, and now that maybe sounds a bit provocative, but I will take the side of the operator now. And as a business, I want to earn money. How we tackle this? I mean, probably you don't want to stop the players from keep playing.
Well, in a regulated market, they'll have to stop them playing at some point, right? So they have no choice. They'll lose that player if they won't protect it and if they don't make sure that they play sustainably. So that's one. The other one will be fines. No one wants to get a fine. Some of the fines are very, very large, especially in the UK. We see millions of pounds being fined, and that's a big cost. And the third thing is that with these tools, with these solutions that we give, because we do a lot of the analysis ourselves, we actually save costs for the operators. We save them around, one of the operators told us they save 20% on their operational cost, just because we save them the time of manually reviewing the customers. But I think in the long run, most operators understand that they rather have a player play with them for 10 years with £5 a week, rather than have them blow up all of their money within 2 weeks and be gone.
I see. So back to you, Michael, and you're a researcher. So how do you believe that research and research findings can help establish a safer gambling environment?
Yeah, I mean, collaboration between researchers and gambling operators. And what's important here is really A/B testing, right? So really for researchers to be able to test different conditions, like I showed today, the different nudging messages, cognitive dissonance, all that kind of stuff. And, following up on what you said before, if players gamble responsibly, then they're also more loyal. So we could also show that in a study that those players who set limits were more likely to still gamble in a year time compared to those who didn't have limits. You have to imagine, like, online casino gambling is, I'd say, a rather rare activity. I mean, how many of you out there know anybody who plays the online casino, right? Do you have anybody? I mean, maybe they don't. Maybe they don't admit it. Probably
maybe I don't know it.
Probably don't. But the participation rate is actually quite low, right? So quite low percentage of the population gamble the online casino. So these gambling companies, they're fighting for actually a very small pool of individuals, and it's in their best interest to keep them as long as possible because the acquisition cost per player is quite high, because there's lots of competition out there. People can follow up on lots of different activities, Netflix, Amazon, I don't know, whatever, and gambling, is just one of these types of activities. So it's in their best interest to create a, positive environment for somebody not to burn out very early, but, to sort of keep, gambling on a moderate level.
All right. And Yardena, your company, it's a spin-out from university, right?
Yep.
So how do you evaluate your algorithms just to keep pace with the evolution of technology? Do you believe that it's important to have collaboration with academia, researchers?
Absolutely, and we still do that, and we constantly, when we enter new markets, we want to do some research, and we work with our operators. They share data, and we work with the university to continue and doing more and more research, and we evolve. It's an algorithm, right? At this point, it's a live creature, and it evolves with time as with more data that comes into the model. So yes, absolutely.
It seems that we've spent our time. Unfortunately, the timer didn't work there, so I couldn't follow the time. But I see the chairman that it's here. That means that we have to conclude. I have a couple other questions, but I'll finish. I'll stop here. Thank you both for your insightful answers, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Vasiliki Savopoulou. Apologies for me not having introduced you before the panel started. You're representing Invest Cyprus, which is a non-profit investment authority of the government in Cyprus. Thank you very much. I could have listened endlessly, but we are running out of time. So I beg your pardon, but we need to follow up with our next presentation, which is really timely. And I'm really glad to welcome Mrs. Vasiliki Panouzi, a very well-known speaker at this conference for many, many years. She is senior manager at EGBA, the European Gaming and Betting Association. She's monitoring the European Union digital single market, the development and legislation. And she's also responsible for different sectorial initiatives in the context of safer gambling and responsible advertising. But today, we will be informed about what's new with markers of harm. And I tell you, that is a lot, and that is very timely. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for being here. Bye.
Hello, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and many thanks to the National Betting Authority for inviting me in another successful Safer Gambling Conference. Today, I will speak to you about markers of harm. In particular, I'm very proud because today I will present to you the first European standard on markers of harm that got recently adopted in the European Committee on Standardization. Before I speak to you about the markers, I will share a few words about EGBA. So the European Gaming and Betting Association is a Brussels-based established association. We represent leading online gambling operators that are licensed in the EU. And we have recently acquired also some associate members. At the bottom of the screen, you can see the full membership of EGBA. And a few interesting numbers to share. Saying that our members operate in across 21 European countries. They hold 321 licenses in total in the EU, representing the 33% of the total of Europe's online gambling market. Oh, I always forget it's this side. So yeah, moving on to the first European standard of markers of harm. This is a standard that we first presented in the European Committee on Standardization, CEN. Thank you. This is the body, CEN is the body that is responsible for producing standards in Europe. And they produce standards for other industries too, not only gambling. I still remember that it was December 2020 that I first talked about the markers of harm standard in CEN. So it was a long process, let's say, but it was a process that was based on academic work and science and evidence. I quote Mike Lauer, I quote Mark Griffiths. So it's something that is, it took time, but it's based on academic work. And the scope of the standard is to establish a list of markers of harm, so behavioral indicators that when they are analyzed later with AI systems, they can safely predict risky or problematic gambling behavior. So the scope is just about the establishment of this list. The reason we proposed the standardization in CEN, it's because CEN is actually a multi-stakeholder forum, meaning that this standard was not only developed by the industry. It was developed by a group of experts combined from the industry, national gambling authorities, academics, health representatives, consumer associations. So we had feedback from all the range of stakeholders who participate in the industry. And the work has actually finished some weeks ago on the 25th of September. These are the adopted markers. So there are 9 markers of harm that got adopted. I will briefly present to you, but I will not go into much detail because I don't have much time. But yeah, volume of stakes. So we obviously, what we need to monitor here is the total amount of stakes that someone is putting into risk, also in gambling session, but also over time. The speed of play, so how fast the player is playing. Obviously, a criteria here is to also observe the products that they use, because it's different to talk about speed when someone is playing slots or poker. The depositing behavior, obviously, and here we're talking about not only successful, but also declined deposits, because, for example, sometimes this can be rejected due to lack of funds, and that can be a marker. The amount of cancelled withdrawals, obviously, if someone keeps cancelling getting his earnings, that can also be a marker, as they might want to gamble again. Player-initiated contact. What we look for here is, first of all, how many times a player is contacting the operator, and the reasons. And the standard allows for a categorization of contact into positive, neutral, and negative. Because again, we talk about, it's different if somebody asks the operator for a simple information or an RG tool, and it's different if someone begs for bonuses or gets angry and irritated all the time because he loses. Gambling time, obviously, how much time a player is spending on gambling, and here we are monitoring, again, the not only in sessions time, but also overtime, and the units, we use different units, so days, weeks, months, and so on. The gambling products, now here, we need to consider that the more gambling products somebody might use, the more at risk he may be, but this is something for the operator to decide what is actually different. It's obviously different to see somebody who plays, I don't know, casino, suddenly starting betting into sports, into an unknown team of a country that he's not even participating. The use of responsible gambling tools, I think it's important to mention here that merely the use of responsible gambling tools is not a marker, obviously, it's something good, but what we are looking for here is the change. So if there are changes, reductions or augmentations in the limits, and self-exclusion obviously is something that should be monitored alone, I would say, as such. And finally, losses, an obvious one. Here I would like to say that the standard is also proposing some calculation methods in order to precisely calculate the losses of a player. The application of the markers, how this would apply in practice. So we would be looking on the analysis of absolute values, but also on the, very importantly, on the deviations from a player's typical pattern. As I mentioned earlier, the standard also proposes some calculation methods. For example, how do we measure a gambling session? How do we measure the different time spans? The comparison should be made not also against the player's behavior, but against the total population as well. And the marker, most importantly, shall be considered all together. So usually when a marker or two, let's say, is triggered, you can see also changes in other markers too, and that's typical. Very important to mention that this standard will not interfere with the analytics models that gambling operators use. So again, this is only about establishing the list of markers of harm. The way that gambling operators will choose to analyze the markers remains untouched. Same goes for the intervention methods. So the operators will remain free to decide how they want to intervene if a player is identified as being at risk. And I suppose it has to do also with the risk that is being identified, whether they want to make a phone call, they want to send emails, pop-up windows, and so on. The list of these markers is not comprehensive. This means that we are only proposing the minimum level of markers that can be analyzed. Additional markers can apply. That is, it's actually up to the discretion of the gambling regulator to say which markers should apply. But the standard is also something that can be updated on time. The more we learn, the more evidence we have on markers, the standard can be updated to reflect the latest knowledge. Why this is so important? What is the meaning behind having a standard on markers of harm? First of all, I would like to say that this is a landmark for safer gambling in Europe, because not only it's the first European standard on markers of harm, it's the first commonly agreed tool among industry participants in order to increase player protection. And by actually having a common tool to analyze markers, we can say that we can be more successful in early detection. And the earlier we detect something, the easier it is for it to be prevented. And when we talk about safer gambling, problem gambling, prevention is key. A reflection actually of the whole process in SEN, the Standardization Committee, is also that over all these years we had an enhanced dialogue, not only on the markers, but on different problem gambling areas too. So we have an enhanced and a dialogue on, and a better understanding of what's going well and where do we need further information in different areas of problem gambling. And I think that's also very important. The standard is actually available to be used by all operators, so every gambling company can reference it, but it's also up to voluntary implementation by national gambling authorities. This means that when this standard is ready, it's not published yet, but when the standard is published, every gambling authority can say, okay, I choose to have it implemented in my national system. So it will be out there and will be up for implementation. If a member state prefers to not have it, or prefers to have another safer gambling regulatory scheme, it's still fine. The standard does not intervene with national legislation. What are the key learnings out of the process? First of all, that it took time. It took a lot of years for the standard to be concluded, and that's because, as I said, it was not an easy task. There were many stakeholders to be involved. There are many procedural rules in this committee that need to be followed, and usually these are lengthy procedures. But it was an excellent example of how collaboration works and what we can do if we have collaboration. As I said earlier, it was great to see so many stakeholders and not necessarily having the same opinion, getting together on table and discussing markers of harm and problem gambling. And I could see myself how many times we said, oh, but what are we going to do here? We don't know anything about that. Or what are we going to do with definitions? How do we define stakes? How do we define sessions? But with time, we were able to find common ground, and we gave definitions, we gave solutions. So it's something that it is possible. I'm also happy to share that we had support from different gambling authorities because not every gambling jurisdiction applies markers of harm. So we had support of many different jurisdictions. I will not speak again about the voluntary nature of standard. I think it's quite clear right now. And as I said earlier, this is something that is lively, meaning that it can be updated in the future. What are the next steps? What is the timeline? So, as I said before, the standard is adopted, so the vote took place and the members of the SEN committee voted in favor. But there are some final steps like translation, editorial corrections that need to take place. This means that we expect the standard to be published and ready for use next year, early next year. So if a gambling authority wants to implement it, they can do so by the beginning of next year. EGBA is actually going to take some promotion steps because it's very important to raise awareness that this exists. So we plan to raise some promotion activities. And the good news is that the standardization process is not finished, with the meaning that if there are more ideas and if there is consensus, these ideas can be proposed to the SEN table and be developed with time. A good opportunity to do that is December this year, because the next plenary of the Online Gambling Committee in SEN takes place in December. And I know for a fact that SEN will then discuss new standardization proposal ideas. I hope I didn't speak too quick. I see I have still 2 minutes, but this is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank
This was too interesting for us to stop here. Hence, we're doing a fireside chat now, and I'd like to welcome Mrs. Christina Christoforou, who you all know. She is a long-serving member of the NBA for over 7 years, the head of the Safer Gambling and Business Development Directorate. So please, it's your turn.
Okay, well, thank you, Vasiliki, for the excellent overview of what's happening now with the standard. I want to reiterate your wording that this is actually a landmark moment for Europe in regards to player protection and gambling and preventing gambling-related harm. So I know you've been closely involved in the process from the very beginning, and it's very important that the vote, that the standard was approved. So I want to ask, why is this, you've mentioned it in your presentation, but I want to ask, why is this such an important milestone for Europe, and what was the motivation behind actually going forward with this standard?
Thank you, Christina. As I said earlier, it's a landmark because we talk about the first commonly agreed tool in order to analyze markers. It's important to note that we identified, so safer gambling and markers of harm and player protection is something that every member state shares. It's a common policy objective. Everybody wants to protect the player, and we noticed that when it comes to player protection, there is no, let's say, we notice a lot of fragmentation that exists. And we knew for a fact that not every member state, for example, adopt markers of harm, or not every some member states have very vague safer gambling policies. So by proposing something as important, as narrow as the markers of harm standard, for us it was a very important moment and something we were optimistic that will succeed. And we are very happy and very proud that we succeeded it.
Well, do you think now that we'll share a common baseline, a common standard, jurisdictions will be able to compare data and outcomes in regards to this sense, or how do you see this happening?
This is a very important question. It's a very important question, and I'm going to be sincere. I don't think that having a standard or markers of harm will make miracles and change everything, especially because the scope is very narrow.
Yes.
We do not go into interventions, we do not go into the behavioral model analytics, so in order to be able to say we have data that is comparable and we can make correct statements and safe conclusions, I think we also need to talk about common measurements. So yes, we will be able to say, okay, we have a tool, these are 9 markers that are proven to work, but then we need to have common measurements on problem gambling, on risky behavior. Who is the player that is at risk? This is not. This is different. This differs.
So it's just the start, and then you will evolve from that standard and measure outcome. Yeah. I mean, you're just starting from somewhere, and you just work on that.
Hopefully, we can have also a dialogue, for example, around prevalence rates. This is another example of where we lack common measurements.
Different jurisdictions use different methodologies, and you get different results. And you see countries have like a high rate of problem gambling, while others do not. But they're using different tools, different methodologies. So you need to have a convergence around that. But talking about the standard, this is, as you said, a very narrow application of player protection. Do you see this forming for other areas of player protection of safer gambling, such as, I'm going to say, some like advertising or governance or any other relevant area?
Sure. I think this is the whole purpose of having also a standardization gambling committee to be able to produce ideas and to be able to bring topics that, let's say, are identified as having gaps. And I think that the markers of harm standard, I mean, it's another thing that I wanted to say. We need to raise awareness. We need to raise awareness on the existence of these initiatives. For example, the markers of harm standard is not the first standard for gambling.
True.
There is also a reporting standard.
Exactly.
But we
yes.
need to raise awareness and to know that these standards exist. And perhaps the markers of harm standard can be linked to, for example, what we discussed earlier, like interventions or training for staff, or why not? We can go into areas of advertising too.
So you have to go out there, make operators and regulators alike aware of the standard of the work that you've done, because it's scientifically proven, it's research-based. So I know that Gref has posted a statement supporting the initiative, but they also stated that different jurisdictions have different regulations. So how do you see your, not your operators, but in general operators, implementing this in cross-border, but at the same time they meet local criteria, local requirements in the jurisdictions they operate in?
I think here we have to make a distinction. We have to make a distinction into member states that do not propose markers of harm. Then we can talk about the full implementation of the standard. We can talk about member states that have some markers but want to enhance their models with additional ones. We can talk about member states that there can be some contradictions also. In these cases, obviously, the operators will have to comply with the regulatory demands. But if they want voluntarily to add more, to explore more markers, the tool is out there to do so. We can also talk about member states, as I said earlier, with very vague responsible gambling demands.
Mm-hmm.
Then
Yes.
the operators can say, okay, we know that this exists, it's proven to work.
We're doing that,
Exactly.
so we can prove that this works, for example. But you're talking about jurisdictions that they don't have markers of harm. If jurisdictions has like a framework for markers of harm, and maybe more than what the standard proposes, then how would the operators react? How would that process go?
So I think that the standard will be most useful for those jurisdictions that don't have markers of harm. Operators will need to comply with the legal requirement of the state that introduces the multiple markers. Now, when it comes to the discussion, how many markers are needed in order to be able to make a safe conclusion, I think we are at the early stages of this discussion. The standard has just been introduced. Some member states have already markers, some others don't. So I think that with time, we will be able to say, okay, the standard was used. We know that these 9 markers work. Do we actually need more? So I think it's a process that will take time.
So I think you just answered my next question, because it was that standards evolve, right? So
absolutely.
Right now, the research and the literature is there, and that's why I guess was the process of selecting some markers of harm against others. So how was that process? There were a list of markers, and then they were selected via the stakeholder group that those were the more effective against others. How was the discussion around that?
These markers are the most studied markers. So these are the markers that we have academic evidence and a lot of information on how they work. And these markers are also used in some cases. I think, for example, the UK uses these markers. So this is why we concluded in these 9 markers. And another example of a marker that we decided to exclude, but it's also studied a lot, is chasing. But through the discussions in CEN, we saw that chasing is rather, let's say, an overall behavior that occurs during the play and not necessarily only linked with losses. So you can have chasing also when it comes to other markers. So this is why we decided to conclude on 9 and not 10 markers, also including chasing.
How easy is for the standard to be updated and reviewed? I know because there are, as you said before, bureaucratic procedures, etc. And how easy is to bring all these stakeholders again together to work on an update or review? I'm saying that because I mean technology evolves rapidly, so you don't know what other feature might come in the future, and then you might need to propose a new marker of harm. So how easy would that process be for reviewing and updating? Because I understand it's a dynamic standard. It's a live document.
To be very frank with you, I don't know. I don't know how fast it will be. I was also hoping that having a standard on markers of harm will not take 5 years, but it did. But I'm pretty sure that the standardization committee has different rules when it comes to updating a standard and producing a new one. So I hope it's not the same.
So I want to ask about collaboration. What kind of collaboration do you expect to happen between regulators in order to ensure consistent interpretation, consistent enforcement?
I think collaboration is key when it comes to everything, and I don't think it's always easy. It's not always easy to bring everyone together like we do today, like we did in CEN. So I think we need to find ways of, first of all, bringing everyone together, because sometimes, you know, also judging from my experience in CEN, we brought everyone together to discuss markers of harm, but we really made a very good general discussion, you know, and we really made also conclusions on other topics that are not included in the standard.
Yes.
But we were able to discuss also other things, other areas of safer gambling. So I think, I would say a priority should be finding the right forums where everybody can stick together, finding an area of common ground where everybody can share their own expertise, and then keep those stakeholders working together.
Yes. I think it kind of worked because you had a vast range of different stakeholders. I'm just informed that our time is up, but thank you very much. It's been, I think, we're very excited for the future of the standard. We'll see the implementation, as you've mentioned, early 2026. So I don't know if you have some conclusion remarks you'd like to touch upon.
I just want to say thank you. I want to say that we are also very proud and happy that this exists, and I'm looking forward to raise awareness and see this taking a practical.
So I guess next year we'll be here discussing.
Sure, why not?
The implementation and how the industry and regulators alike implemented it. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now nearing the first panel discussion of today, and I'd like to invite my fellow panelists to join me for that session. Please come to the stage. You can come back.
Ξέρω το. Απλά...
I'll try to briefly introduce my panelists today. As you can see to my immediate left, it's not Spiros. He will come later. It's Christopher, already introduced. Next to her, we have Georgia Traku. She's a new member of the Hellenic Gambling Commission family, and she has an impressive academic background, which is in Greek literature and humanities. Hence, she serves as an officer at the Social Responsibility and Collaborations Department of that authority, which focuses primarily on player protection and self-exclusion procedures, especially in cases involving problematic gambling behavior. Then it's my pleasure to introduce Robert Monroe, also a well-known and loyal speaker to this conference. I've met last year on the panel as well. Robert is the experienced head of sports services compliance at the world-leading sports betting operator Bet365. Robert is responsible for managing Bet365 approach to regulatory compliance, safer gambling, and AML. He is a regular attendee of many conferences, and welcome back, Robert. Last, but of course not least, Panos Giannis, head of legal compliance at Stichiman, previously served as a compliance manager at Kaizen Gaming and before as legal counsel at AI. Your scope of responsibilities is very high. It's responsible gaming, it's AML, it's compliance, and you played a pivotal role in the acquiring of a license of your company in 2021 in Greece and in Cyprus. So welcome to our discussion. Today we're covering shaping the future, how regulation is redefining safer gambling in Europe. Well, redefining safer gambling, does that mean we have to move with the times and respond to changes? What changes would those be, and what needs to be done?
Well, I'll start by saying redefining safer gambling, it's about evolution, not revolution. So the industry is changing, the technology is changing, player behavior is changing. So we, as the NBA, we must continually adapt our regulatory tools, our risk models, and our framework of interventions. So it's really important to talk about a shift towards a public health approach. So by saying that, we mean that the responsibility is not solely on the player or the operator. It's a holistic approach that involves a number of actors, the state, and NGOs, public health experts, and society in general. So in that regard, we have adopted the safer gambling approach through public health lens. And this actually helps early detection, intervention, and a more protective environment for the player. So I want to also, I believe that the change in redefining safer gambling should also come from the implementation of pan-European self-exclusion scheme. So as you know, right now, there are different national self-exclusion platforms. And we think that it's important to have a unified approach on this. We're not necessarily talking about a unified European platform, but it's, I've heard that from both operators and regulators that it's quite difficult to do so, like unite all platforms, but the technology is there. So I think the platforms can be interconnected. So, for example, I'm a Cypriot going to Greece, and I want to have the same level of protection that I have here in regards to self-exclusion. So in Cyprus, we have the national self-exclusion platform since early last year, And we've built this platform to be flexible and to allow for more functionality, meaning that, for example, people that take unemployment benefits or people that are classified as having gambling disorders, they should immediately be put on the list. So the platform is there, it's ready to host these new functionalities. We're just waiting for the different actors to be to get in touch with us and implement this. Another point I'd like to touch, and I know I'll be very brief because I know my time is running out, is having, we've talked about standards before, so it's about having the minimum requirements in different areas. So we need to have minimum standards for deposits, minimum standard for obligations, safer gambling obligations. So this can be from the very small kind of player protection tool to the quite like very unified approach. I will stop here and I'll let the other speakers talk and I'll come back.
Thank you very much. That was really interesting in terms of it's not limited to domestic markets, it's not limited to one or two groups. It applies to the whole industry, the stakeholders, the regulators, politicians, and it doesn't stop at the borders, cross-border, it's international. And we talk about standards, which is really interesting. If I recall your discussion regarding the Marcus of Harms, I guess this is something which needs to be further developed. We now have a wonderful suggestion of ECPA, but it needs to be applied. And the challenge is, how can this be applied? What's the challenge for regulators, for instance, to get this being part of practice? As a follow-up question, briefly.
Well, we need to move along with times. So I think the standards there, it's up to the regulator to adopt it. We have our own set, of course, as each jurisdiction, we have our own set of criteria in regards to risk profiling, but this can be incorporated into our existing framework. Because, as you said, we're interconnected. It's open borders in Europe, so we need to take into account what's happening in other jurisdictions and adopt it in our own.
Right. From the industry perspective, Panos, we've learned a lot about the developments, the progress being made in shaping the system of player protection. Is there anything that is missing in gambling regulation to better protect players, to better apply safer gambling policies from your point of view?
Well, thank you, Jörg. I think we're all here today speaking about safer gambling, but I would like to talk to you about something a bit deeper, and that is courage. Because to me, actually courage is the backbone of safer gambling, and maybe is what is missing from our current, let's say, regulations. Because it takes courage by all participants, by all stakeholders. It takes courage by the players to make use of the RG tools available to them. It takes courage to, to look in the mirror and say, I need to slow down, I need some kind of assistance. It takes courage by us, the operators, to say no to revenue that comes from harm, and to invest in technology and analytics, not just because some kind of regulation says so, but because this is the right thing to do. We're an industry mainly measured by numbers, and for us, the real measure of success should be how few players will lose to harm. And last but not least, it takes courage by the state. We need the state to bring forward-looking reforms and to enforce the regulation where necessary. It was 1 year ago in this exact conference that it was announced that the National Betting Authority in Cyprus had just submitted a new draft bill to the Ministry of Finance to reform the legislation of online gaming in Cyprus. That was a courageous moment. But 1 year later, we're here, and nothing has changed pretty much. Nobody has seen this draft bill. Nothing has changed. Now is the right moment, let's say, to match vision with action. And we need the state to find the courage to bring these reforms forward, because the markets that this draft bill seeks to regulate actually exist, but they remain illegal. They remain unsupervised, yet the harms are there. Every day, as we speak, every day thousands of minors play in online casinos in Cyprus using VPNs and other technical solutions. So we need to be bold and proceed with these reforms. It will take courage to make all stakeholders sit at the same table, if necessary, to find common grounds and not block any type of reform. So, yeah, I think this is mainly what is missing, because we need to, if we want to be serious about safer gambling, we need to regulate and to protect rather than prohibit. I think this is what we were missing now.
Thank you, Panos. I think the conclusion is it's very important that there is this dialogue between the industry and the regulators, legislators, so that you can share your experience, contribute to make everything better, with the special focus on the player, of course. We're all talking about this. Christina mentioned the self-exclusion scheme. This is something where your expertise is perfectly matched with the Hellenic Commission. You've implemented the same tool. I'm keen to learn about how the technology is advancing. It's going very quickly. How does it work in Greece? Can you tell us about the communication with players and license holders, the operators, in this specific context? And also, we're keen to learn how you would define or even achieve the balance between the protection of players and the sustainability of the gaming industry. It needs to be balanced to keep it worked.
Yes.
A long question, your answers.
Okay. A short answer, I will try. And excuse my English as well. Well, and we start not from the prevention, we start once someone is addicted, what do we do? And one measure is the self-exclusion. It's kind of a self-regulation, and we have to help there in the Commission. We have three kinds of exclusions, as most of the countries. We have the 24-hour, abstain, cooling off. To the casinos, it's not 24 hours, it's until midnight. We have the temporary self-exclusion, 1 month, and from 1 month and more, where you are unblocked automatically. And we have the self-exclusion, the definite. In Greece, it's 1 year. It doesn't reopen automatically. You have to apply a new, I don't know, here in Cyprus, it's 1 year as well.
Yeah, after 12 months you have
okay.
to,
yes. We have a registry of excluded persons developing. We haven't implemented it yet. What will be that registry? If a person is prohibited, is self-excluded in one operator, it will be excluded in all the operators. And if you someone asks a new account to be opened, everyone will check if he is excluded already. But it's not it's not ready yet, so we have done something, it's been 2 years now in our department. When someone asks us for a self-exclusion from all the operators, we tell him he can make separate applications, or we help him with the operators, with their collaboration, to be prohibited from all the, it's manually, it's not technologically, this one. But what I have seen, 2 years ago that we've started this procedure, it was only one person who has asked that. Now there are 40. 2 years have passed. The questions and the complaints about the self-exclusion have augmented also. Many complaints and many questions about the self-exclusion procedure. And what's the feedback of all that? First of all, most of the players that ask us many things don't know the basic of regulation. That means that we, as a commission, haven't tried to make it very simple. In our website, all the rules. And this is what we are going to do now, to make it very simple. The principle is easy to find, easy to read, easy to apply, not elaborate terminology. We have to make that, the operators have done an excellent job at that part. Maybe some small adjustments need to be made. But in our website, we have to improve that, first of all. Then, many of the questions we receive about self-exclusion have to do with people who have been to recovery programs of addiction. And they tell us that I'm clean. I have passed the program, I'm clean. First of all, we have no way of verifying that. We have talked with our councils, law councils, and there are some problems with rules of personal data and something. That's a problem. He asks to lift his self-exclusion. He says, I was addicted by himself. He says that, now I'm clean. We cannot verify that. So we need a stronger connection with the former KETHEA, the Ministry of Health, the special sector which deals with addicted people to the GABO. We have made some moves. We have talked with the minister, and we are ready to do something about that, to have a closer connection, so that we can intervene in many cases. That's the second one. The third one is, many times they ask us, we have parents that ask us, please exclude my child from the games via internet. Of course, this is prohibited in Greece. We cannot do that unless you have from a judge, a paper from a judge. We don't do that. But that's something that worries us. Or many people say, please, I don't want to play, not even to the landscaped Joker, Kino. I don't want even to go into a store. I don't want. We cannot do that because there is no identification required for you to buy the ticket, apart from being over 18. They don't take your data. These are things that the law, the regulators, and the operators should discuss. How can we do something about that? And, of course, everything that I'm saying now is from the small data we have from this period. We are dealing with the complaints and the self-exclusion procedure we do, and the operators help us do that. But we want to make larger researches. We haven't made something larger because then it will be scientifically based, all the concern, or the solution will be scientifically based. That's only an insight.
If I want to self-exclude myself in Greece, can I do it with the operator at the operator side, or do I have to contact the authority?
No. Of course, you can do it through the operator. You can log into your account, and there are the instructions. But many seem not to read them, not to know them, or they want to exclude from everything. And that's
right. So we are in the middle of regulation. Robert, regulation contains strict requirements for operators, most of which are, of course, restrictions. Restrictions of offerings, time, stakes, deposit, whatsoever. We can see a lot of unintended consequences of regulation, in particular fueling the black market. Good example is if there's a stake limit or a deposit limit and it's exceeded and I cannot play, what can I do? I can move outside regulated markets and play with black market operators. Can you share your experience you have made in various European, if not global markets, where the risk is present, and give us your general thoughts on the state of play generally, maybe across Europe, in particular if over-regulation is actually making things less safe?
Sure, yeah. So I think there's lots of examples, unfortunately, particularly in Europe, where we have experience of that, where a range of contributing factors will be driving that unintended consequence of fueling illegal participation. Was mentioned earlier in Germany, where there's significant product restrictions around casino, very tight limits in terms of affordability. The Netherlands, very high tax rate, very restrictive advertising limits and affordability. Sweden, probably a bit more nuanced, with very restrictive rules around how you can advertise to players and bonuses. And even in the UK, which by comparison has a lower or smaller illegal market, but recently there have been product restrictions there in terms of what you can offer on games, and we've also got a very important decision in November around tax and the impact that might have. And in many of these countries, you do have a significant and growing illegal market. And the common denominator between all of those things is any combination of those factors will make the license market less attractive to consumers, or operators are forced to pass the cost of those interventions to the consumer through worse odds or less attractive offers, because it's too costly to counter the impact of those interventions. So I think the question of whether it's made things less safe, I think in some jurisdiction it definitely has. The Netherlands it's probably a shame for the Netherlands, but it's a very obvious example of where things can go wrong very quickly. So in the last sort of year or so, or less than a year, a range of regulations have been brought in, and I think just this morning the regulators published a report on the first year of 2025 showing that the illegal market is now actually bigger than the license market, and that has followed quite a range of significant regulatory interventions. And in that market in particular, there's no evidence that players are spending less money. There's no evidence that players are spreading their activity across operators, so detection, like it's still within the license market. So everything points to the fact that this money is still being spent, but elsewhere. For me, I think we're at a bit of a crossroads in Europe in particular, and a bit of a new evolution in regulation. So typically what you've seen in Europe is, new market opens, lots of advertising, relatively broad product ranges available. Then comes sort of public discontent or media attention, largely driven just by the visibility of gambling. That then forces politicians to act, or regulators to act. And I think what we're now seeing is, in a number of jurisdictions, the next phase of that process whereby perhaps some of these interventions have not had the intended effect, or have had unintended consequences. And I think the question really is, are we going to do something about that, or do we accept that these are just inevitable consequences of restrictions? Because it's very hard for regulators to strike that balance, because inevitably if you restrict play, you put product restrictions or advertising restrictions, you are going to make people spend less money, and those people who will continue to spend that money are likely to go elsewhere. So I think we're at a really interesting point where we've not really been in before, where all of a sudden I think regulators or governments are starting to see, oh, we're making less money now from tax. Where's that money going, and what's the best way of bringing that back? Now, it would be quite easy to say, just reverse all of those changes, but I don't think that that's ever going to be an option. But I think there needs to be increased dialogue between operators and regulators, particularly politicians who have a broad understanding of gambling. They're not going to have the detail that regulators would have, and try and strike that balance where the two are kind of working closer together. So yeah, unfortunately, lots of experience of where things go wrong, but I think there's a way out of it, but just needs a bit more work.
I think we can say that the biggest threat to player protection is a strong black market. And we have to analyze why can black markets exist And I think the key factor to assess the success of regulation is the channelization rate. If it's weak, if it's really low, something goes wrong. We had this discussion a year ago, right here at the stage, talking about balance between regulation and market opening and product attractivity. I think that's exactly the core issue we have. So regulation and legislation is one part of it, but then there is the industry applying practices, probably best practices. From the industry's perspective, Panos, how can licensed operators establish best practices to be responsible and also to apply the existing safer gambling framework and rules? What is your part to contribute to success?
Well, first of all, I'm really happy to hear from both our regulators that we have done pretty well in certain cases. Licensed operators mostly already operate under robust safer gambling frameworks, but the true best practice lies beyond compliance. It's about creating a real culture within the company, promoting safer gambling, and making everyone working within the company that safer gambling is not an obligation, rather it is a conviction. They say that responsibility starts where regulation ends. So we need to be proactive rather than reactive. We need to be fierce about identifying the early stages of problematic behavior. Yet there is another aspect that while we're talking about best practices, there is another big part of the market that applies no rules. And I'm referring again to the black market. So our role as licensed operators is twofold. One is to lead by example and applying true effective and measurable tools and policies. And the other one is to speak up and advocate about evolving the regulatory framework and creating policies that will include also the players that are not playing in the licensed operators and increase the channelization rates, as you mentioned.
Right. And how do you assess the issue of black market operators in those jurisdictions where you're offering games of chance?
Well, the black market is maybe the number one threat. I think for all, not licensed operators. We are just, let's say, a small part of this issue. I think black markets are a real danger for the economies and for the society, because both in Cyprus and in Greece, let's say just about taxation. In Cyprus, it is estimated that the state is losing more than 10 million of euros in taxes every year through the black market, and in Greece, this number goes north of 350 million euros every year. If we assume that the black market is in Greece is pretty much the same in revenues with the legal market. In Cyprus, we cannot have this exact figure because actually we don't have a legal gaming market, so we cannot measure what's the balance between illegal and illegal market. So yeah, and after that it comes the society, because the players are there, the harm is there. These operators do not apply any safer gambling mechanism. They do not respond to any kind of authority. They don't have regulators. They use aggressive advertising methods, and players are drawn there because of easy access. They don't have any KYC requirements, and there are no limits applied on them. The same limits that in our operations safeguard them. So this is maybe the number one issue. And just to give you an image, it's like talking about safer gambling while there is such a huge black market out there is like having a pretty house with a garden and talking about the color of the flowers in the garden while the house up there is burning. So we need to set the fire out and evolve the regulations and combat the illegal markets. Maybe the best way to fight the illegal market is not to chase it, but rather to outgrow it. And this is where our duty kicks in.
Right, thanks for sharing this. I'd like to focus on one very particular point, which is part of the technology, part of the proceedings when responsible gaming is applied, and that is that regulation increasingly involves personal checks of players. So there's single customer view, there's centralized affordability checks, even what has been discussed in Germany, open banking scenarios for payment, for limits, proving credibility of players. Robert, in how far do you think are we reaching a new era of safer gambling regulation, which probably is close to a complete, total player surveillance?
Yeah, I don't think we're quite there yet universally. I think there are a number of jurisdictions that have either implemented things or are looking at it. But I do think it is a new trend. And from a personal perspective, I think quite a dangerous one for various reasons. Gambling is an activity that's reserved for adults. And a lot of these policy ideas are rooted in the principle that the government or the state should decide how you spend your money when it isn't necessarily being applied to other areas. And often policy decisions around gambling are made within this silo, this bubble of gambling, and sometimes these decisions have wider ramifications on just your general ability to spend your own money on anything you like. But at the same time, so I'm trying to balance the 2 points that I've made, we have to ask ourselves, well, why do regulators and governments feel that these kind of technical solutions are needed? And I'd argue that part of that is because there's a lack of trust maybe in operators from making those decisions themselves, or that it's better for an independent sort of third party to look at that, whether that's through some kind of centralized affordability system, which the Netherlands are looking at. But I'm not sure it's a kind of precedent that we want to be setting. And it all comes back to that balance point. These kind of things will be responded to negatively by consumers. We've seen it already in the jurisdictions that I've mentioned. But again, the solution isn't just to not do anything. The solution is trying to develop targeted interventions rather than what these things are, which are really kind of broad brush measures.
Again, the balance. Yeah. Monitoring is important.
It presupposes that everyone needs that level of protection when we know that it's only
as long as it does not drive the traffic away. Thank you very much. Maybe, Giorgio, from your experience, are you aware of any data-based initiatives that could serve to protect players, to review and analyze and improve player behavior?
Well, we have started in AGC the game scanner. We have heard so much from Ms. Gardena, I'm sorry, Alvagor. She has explained us about this tool, the game scanner. So this is something that we tried it in a pilot mode last year with 130,000 people, players, and we are ready to implement it for us, not for the operators, so that we can intervene afterwards to all the risks. I won't say what it is because we all listen to that. That's one thing we will do. And to compare our results with those of the operators, because they have same tools and they intervene in same ways to see what's going on. That's one thing. We have a new self-assessment tool, the Game Allies. You play a play of cards, and this AI technology tool tells you in the end what's your profile. It asks you questions in the meanwhile, and we have it in our website, and we will give it to whoever wants it and asks for advice. And the third thing, we have made an educational toolkit for, this is something we can say next year, thanks God, but it's almost ready. It's a program to the school with a collaboration of the Ministry of Education from 8 years old to 17, 18 years old, from primary school to high school. It will be during the school time educational tool for the parents as well. There will be material for them, for the teachers, of course, and it will be accompanied with a campaign, a communicational campaign. But I cannot say many more right now because we are ready, almost ready.
We're looking forward to the update next year. With respect to time is over now. There are no questions, but I have one final question. We started the panel with you, and I'd like to close it with you with one question. If you look into the crystal ball, how will gaming regulation look like in the future if, well, we achieve the right balance between innovation, growth, and responsibility?
I'll be very brief, because I know we're short on time. I don't think there's a crystal ball, to be honest. That's
I was hoping.
So I think we're looking into shared European standards, shared taxonomy. So we're all talking about the same thing when we're discussing what high risk means. High risk in one country means the same thing in another. So let's begin with that, a common language between European regulators. We need to use technology in our advance. We need to use technology and be mindful of the ethical implications of the human aspect. We do not need to forget the human aspect. And I'll just touch upon what the operator side said. We need to give players the autonomy to make their own choices, but in order to do so, we need to have strict rules. We need to give also operators the room for innovation in that regard, and they need to prove that their intervention, their interaction works. And so we need to focus more on outcomes and not just like on the paper and how many policies we've written, how many policies we've implemented, but rather how many players were prevented from harm.
Fine. You were speaking words of wisdom. What a wonderful conclusion. Please join me in thanking my panelists for a great contribution today. Thank you very much. Now looking forward to the next and last, but not least, single presentation of today, performed by Dr. Raffaello Rossi, who is the Senior Lecturer in Marketing at the University of Bristol. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Specializing in the intersection of social media marketing, public policy, and consumer protection. His research on gambling advertising and its effects on young people has gained wide attention worldwide and was featured in major publications. To name a few, New York Times, Guardian, Telegraph, Spiegel, and CBC News. And now, right here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation and also for the very kind introduction. So yes, I think we just, before we go into, so what I want to talk to you about is marketing and its social media marketing and how it affects children and young people. This is what I want to focus. We just have to, we have to quickly focus on the boring stuff, just a very quick disclosure. Over the last couple of years, I was funded by various different sources, but I've never received direct funding by the industry, which is important for some researchers, so I'm just putting it out there. Good, but let's start with the interesting bit, right? Gambling marketing is everywhere. And this is especially true in the UK, in many parts in Europe, and increasingly also in Northern America, right? So you see it all around sporting events. So here's a study that we just published last week. Have a look if you are interested into gambling marketing during the opening weekend of the Premier League, so playing football. And we basically just counted all the logos you would see during this one weekend, so it was 7 games. And what we found during those 7 games was 27,000 gambling messages. It was on average 22 messages per minute. So it was basically for you, as well as your family and your children, impossible to watch any of those games without seeing a huge amount of gambling ads. But of course, we see it on radio. Well, we hear it on radio. There was a study being done that was looking at the timings of gambling advertising on radio. And what they found was that they were quite often in the morning during the so-called school run, which is the time when children bring when parents bring their children to school. So there was kind of this, not purposely probably designed exposure to children in radio as well. Then I've got this little image. I've taken that yesterday or the day before when I arrived here. I was just walking around and I saw a billboard. We see this also all around Europe. A lot of gambling advertising in kind of the city structures, public transport, and so on. Of course, we see it on TV quite a lot. And also we see it here. Does anyone know what that is? Ted Lasso, very good, very good. So Ted Lasso, I think this is a really interesting example. Ted Lasso is an Apple Plus TV, Apple Plus series. So something like Netflix. And actually, the third season of that was heavily sponsored by Betway. So there was literally hundreds of gambling logos when you were watching this. It doesn't have a particular age rating, I believe. So children are allowed to watch it. Again, not ideal. Good, but I think the number one way that actually young people, and let's be generous, let's say young people under 35, maybe even under 40, I think the majority of way that they see gambling ads is through social media and online. Okay, so for example, we do know 45% of 11 to 17-year-olds say they see gambling ads on their social media at least once per week. If we go to the slightly older population of young people, this increases already to 72%. So it's three quarters of young people, 18 to 25, see gambling ads at least one per week. There's estimates by GambleAware that say that children, if you ask them, over the last 4 weeks, did you see gambling ads, that 96% would say yes. So I think overall we can conclude that children see gambling advertising a lot, maybe too much. At the same time, this is an official statistics by the UK, are 85,000 children in the UK now experiencing gambling problems. This is 1.5% of all children. So is there a connection? It's really hard to prove, but I believe there is one. So a couple of years ago, we set out to find out a bit more about social media advertising and gambling advertising on social media. So we found over 1 year on Twitter only that there were around 1 million gambling ads by UK operators and their affiliates. So this is UK only, 1 million a year, and this is Twitter only. So if you kind of put in Instagram, TikTok, and all these stuff, it's probably going to be substantially higher than that. We found that 68% of all of the comments and retweets, so those people who engage with those million ads, the vast majority is, again, under 25. We found that 41 children under the age of 16 were following those gambling accounts. And the bit that I want to focus on today was that 40% of these ads, so out of these 1 million ads, when we started looking through that, in around 40%, we were like, what the hell is this? This is not advertising. They didn't talk about gambling. They didn't talk about the brands. They didn't have kind of any safe gambling messaging and so on. So we were like, that's really interesting. And just a very quick detour. on social media, and that's the same for all kind of social media, whether that's gambling or any other industry, there's kind of two different ways on how you can do it, right? You can do conventional advertising, and this is just a kind of the old school, in-your-face marketing. Do that, clear call to action, clear brand awareness, and so on. It could look like this, something by Betway from the UK, right? You look at that and you immediately know, well, of course, this is betting advertising. You know, has an odd in there, has kind of 18 plus, gamble aware, all the markers, very clear advertising. But then there's this other thing, and this was the other, 40% of all these million ads, is content marketing. And content marketing does not have a clear relationship to the brand or the product advertised. It is a bit sneaky. So it often looks like that. So Paddy Power is one of the largest gambling operators in the UK. They did, and they still do this a lot. Another example by Bet365 from the UK. And again, if you look at that and you would not see who posted it, you would not see the brand, it would be impossible for you to say it's advertising because there's no traditional advertising markers on that. And I was doing a bit of, since I arrived here, looking into the situation in Cyprus, whether I could find any, and it was a very similar picture. So I found this one, and that one, and that one. There were multiple of these content marketing ads around as well. Again, no clear markers that this is advertising. So is this really a problem, or is it just something that we do in the UK? We did various studies over the last couple of years with some colleagues, and we found in the UK currently around 58% of social media ads are content marketing. In Germany, it's around 61%, 52% in the US, and 49% in Canada, which is Ontario only. So it is one of the main forms of social media advertising is this stuff. Good. The big question, obviously, is if you look, especially when it was cartoon stuff, you ask yourself, well, is this maybe appealing to children? So in the UK and also in the US and in Germany, and I think Cyprus has a slightly different wording, but in many jurisdictions it says gambling marketing must not be of particular appeal to children. This is what we very clearly say. And we were trying to find this out. So we did this study with 650 participants. We split them in 210 children, 222 young persons, and 221 adults over the age of 24. And what we did is, it was like kind of an online experiment, and it looked like that. They always had this holding screen. Then they would see different forms of advertising for exactly 6 seconds, because this is on average how much you spend on an ad on social media. And then it would disappear, and they would have 10 seconds to fill out this thing. This thing is called SAM, Self-Assessment Mannequin. It's a psychological tool, has been used for like the last 40, 50 years, thousands of times. Extremely reliable in actually measuring the emotion that you have when you see something, okay? And that's basically what we've done. Let's have a look at the results. So, overall, what we found was, on average, we found that 15 out of 24 gambling ads. And in the 24, there were 12 of them were content marketing, and the other 12 was conventional advertising. 15 of them out of the 24 triggered positive emotions in children and young persons. They liked it, positive feelings. But only 7 out of 24 gambling ads triggered those positive emotions in adults. And if you look at the averages in the chart, you see on average children had slight positive emotions, young persons even more. I mean, they're the main target audience, so that's not surprising. But the fascinating thing was that adults had strong negative emotions, so they kind of hated what they were seeing. So if we now split this out into conventional advertising, just a reminder, that's conventional advertising, the stuff you immediately understand is advertising, then it looks like this. So everyone had negative emotions. Everyone didn't like what they were seeing. Children didn't like it. For young people, it was kind of okay. But look at those adults. This is just this is a strong negative emotions. That's what they feel when they see this kind of advertising. Of course, there's questions if they are, heavy gamblers, potentially problem gamblers. This changes, of course, but this is the average we found. If we look at content marketing, this is changing a lot. Now, everyone has positive emotions. It's above 0. So everyone has positive emotions. But look at the children. So look at those 11 to 17-year-olds, right? They really like this stuff. And this, in the UK, we would argue this is a breach of the regulations because it seems to be of strong appeal to children, which you can't do. It was 4 times more appealing to children than it was to adults. 11 out of 24 gambling content marketing ads were appealing to children, but only 7 were appealing to adults. So there is something going on here that is a bit tricky. So what's the problem? Isn't it just contemporary marketing? Well, I don't think so. I think one of the main issues is that it can further normalize in gambling. The problem is, and you saw this with the examples I've showed you, they don't focus on any of the risks associated to gambling. They focus on the fun side of it. Of course, over time, you just get the impression, well, gambling is normal, it's not problematic, it's not dangerous, it's not addictive, and so on. So I think it potentially normalizes gambling further. And the other thing that I'm quite worried about is that it potentially primes children to actually have positive perception towards gambling and towards gambling brands. So if, you are 12, 13, 14, 15-year-olds and you constantly see these funny gambling ads, of course this is changing something in you. And of course this will start, you start liking some of the brands and you potentially think, oh, gambling is just fun. And also, some of you might know this, but the #1 age that people sign on to gambling brands accounts online is 18. So it's the legal age of gambling. That's when they sign on. The curve is insane. And I mean, for the operators, you know this. So there must be something happening before they turn 18, before they get legal age. And I think this marketing is contributing to that. And then finally, it might be bypassing advertising protections. So we all, as human beings, we grow up with seeing loads of advertising. And when we see advertising, we learn to identify it. And once we understand it's advertising, we can protect ourselves. We can say, this people is probably selling something to me, so I don't trust them. Okay? But if you don't understand it's advertising, with the examples I've shown, then you can't use all of the protections you have. So, and I want to do a very quick round with you. So I'm going to show you a couple of social media posts, for only 5 seconds, and in your head, you just make the decision, is this advertising or not? Okay, let's go. Good. So hands up. Who thinks that less than 3 are advertising? Less than 3? More than 3? Who thinks it's 5 out of 5? Some of you who thinks it's 4 out of 5? Okay, so the majority of you actually thinks it's more than 3, which is amazing, so you've obviously been listening to me. The answer is they're all advertising. They're all advertising. It's just a long-term strategy, right? What the brands are trying to do here is they try to grab your attention, trigger positive emotions, and then you start liking that. And that really links to the presentation from earlier about Gen Z that don't like being told what to do. But if they see something and it triggers them emotionally, they start feeling something, they might engage with it, they might like it, they might follow the account. And we actually know that content marketing is around 120 times more effective in getting likes and in being shared, right? Good. So, and this is the final bit I'm going to talk to you about, is can children actually recognize content marketing? So this little experiment I did with you, we did on a proper large scale with, again, 600 children and 600 participants across the UK. The starting point for that was that in most jurisdictions all over the world, there's a foundation of marketing, and that says marketing communications must be clearly identifiable as such. You have this in all the jurisdictions all over the world. It's a fundamental consumer right. Okay? You have this everywhere. So this is what we were interested. Is this obviously identifiable as such? So again, fairly large sample, 650 participants, and this is what we found. Overall, we found gambling content marketing is very hard to recognize advertising for all age groups. So this is a bit complicated, you just spend a couple of seconds thinking this through. So how many content marketing ads were correctly identified as advertising in the little experiment we did? For children, around 44% of content marketing ads were understood that this is advertising, which means for 6% of the ads that they've been seeing, they thought, oh, this is not advertising, which means they can't put up their protections and they're quite vulnerable. Same picture for young people, which is quite interesting. Up to the age of 24, almost the identical kind of picture. They really struggle to understand it. For older adults, so over the age of 24, then you see, okay, they are much better at recognizing this form of content. Probably because they know more gambling brands. I think I have to add, this study was done in the UK. In the UK, we have around 1,800 licensed gambling brands. So it's really hard to know all of them. So it gets a bit harder in the UK. We compared this to conventional advertising, and over there, rates were about 80%, for adults, 88%, which is, decent. It was a fast-track kind of experimental design, so you wouldn't expect much more than 95% probably anyway. So, what does this mean? Well, content marketing is not clearly recognizable as advertising. We've been having loads of debates with the Advertising Standards Authority in the UK and with DCMS, so the department who owns gambling, and the Gambling Commission around this, and they have changed regulations, and regulations are increasingly changing. The operators have adapted as well. There's less content marketing in the UK, and the stuff they do is not as bad as it was a couple of years ago. So they are moving as well, which is a good sign. But it's still, we argue that a lot of the gambling ads are still breaching key advertising regulations, and the ASA, the regulator, has put out more rulings against them. Good. Implications. So what does all of this mean? Well, the summary of the work that we've been doing is children and young people engage heavily with gambling ads, potentially unknowingly. For some of the content, they don't understand that this is gambling advertising. Content marketing bypasses protection, making them potentially really dangerous. This is an interesting one. Self-reporting of exposure to advertising is probably underreported. So I know, many jurisdictions are actually quite often surveying, doing these big surveys with thousands of people, asking how often do you see gambling advertising? And then we get kind of a feeling, an estimate of how often they see it. It's a really good measure of the volume and so on. But if half of the ads that they see and they don't understand it's advertising, this is massively underreported. So I think the numbers are probably much higher in reality. Yeah, we think content marketing is breaching the code. So what can you do? So for the regulators in the room, what can be done? Well, I think this needs to be addressed. This is a serious issue. There's 1 million gambling ads a year around, and half of them is content marketing. Something needs to be done. I think there's two ways of how you can tackle it. One of them is ban gambling content marketing. There's a mistake. I'm not saying ban all gambling marketing. I'm saying ban gambling content marketing. That's the one option. If you don't want to go that drastically in there, the alternative would be to mandate a very clear and prominent advertising label, which prominently in the picture says this is advertising. It's an easy way around the whole issue, and then you probably would reduce the appeal and that people understand it's advertising. And yeah, I want to end with that. So I've been giving these kind of presentations in various countries, and when we talk about gambling marketing, we all know that people are a bit fed up with that. It's too much. Most people in most countries are complaining and saying it's way too much around there. And I actually think that over the years it will change. So we've done a little study last year actually, looking into those countries that have changed marketing regulations into gambling the last 5 years. What have they done? What was their decision? And that's what we came up with. So red basically means it's banned in this country. Green means it is allowed. And what we see is you see a lot of red. So you see Italy, Spain, Netherlands, Belgium have far-reaching marketing bans. So in those countries, you can't do a lot of gambling marketing at all. And then you've got the two different cases, Germany, which has a very different background because of their kind of, this weird status they had in terms of the gray market, and they use marketing at the moment to promote the legal operators, which is also, an understandable argument. And then there's the UK, which is just a very big outlier. The UK has the big problem that we are traditionally relying on self-regulation. So in the UK, we still don't have any legislation around gambling marketing. It is all self-regulated, and this doesn't really work. So I'm expecting, we're hearing and thinking that this is changing as well over the next couple of years, and there's going to be more restrictions. Yes, and that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raphael. We have two questions. I think you almost answered them, but I will repeat these questions. The first one is, should there be an obligation for signposting in content marketing for operators? Would that make it less appealing, especially for children?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, when we say signposting, just clearly saying this is advertising would be enough. Yeah.
And how can regulators deal with this kind of marketing?
Well, I think there's two options. The one option is you can either ban it because it's appealing to children, then you could just literally restrict it, or you can mandate those advertising labels, which probably would be enough, to be honest.
Right, thank you very much. Your presentation served brilliantly as an introduction to our next and last panel, which deals with social media advertising. So I'm glad you'll be joining us, and I'm happy to invite the other panelists to join me. So no need to introduce Dr. Rossi again, but we have two new speakers participating in this session. Right next to me, it's Konstantinos Daltas. He is the chairman of the Cyprus Advertising Agencies Association, and also the founder and managing director of Red Wolf Ogilvy PR and Advertising Agency. But also, you have experience from the industry because you come from the media and communication industry. That qualifies you to broaden the spectrum of our discussion. You served as an executive in Greek TV channels, radio stations, newspapers, websites, communication companies since the mid-90s. I'm glad to listen to your contribution. I have to say, Konstantinos will speak in Greek language, and there is, of course, translation available.
Thank you so much.
Well, last not least, my old friend Spiros Tsakonitis. We shared a lot of panels in various jurisdictions. It's always a pleasure to welcome you. You're working for the National Betting Authority for over 9 years, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. And he's heading the launch of he was having the launch of the online betting licensing regime and the overall overhaul of the current legal framework. And you are serving as head of legal at NBA. And I think we can start with you. If you could tell us a bit about your regulation in Cyprus. What's new with you? What does the regulation of advertising, which is our topic, look like? And in particular, maybe with regard to social media.
Yeah, of course. First of all, I'd like to welcome you, Jörg, and Mr. Rossi to Cyprus. I hope you have a great stay and had a great conference so far. So yeah, I'll go briefly. So for those who don't know the work we're doing in the National Betting Authority in regards to marketing and advertising, I'll go briefly on some highlights of our regulation. We're currently on our second version of the Code of Advertising and the third iteration of its practical guide. So you might say it's kind of a living framework. We constantly fine-tune and adapt according to business developments, new technologies, and behavioral insights. The regulation itself embeds what we might call European best practices. It includes strict content restrictions, mandatory age gating for digital and social media ads, a clear rule that no person aged 25 or under or appearing to be 25 or under can take part in any commercial communication. We have bonus-related advertising must clearly disclose the actual conditions of the offer. So for example, if it's a €100 bonus, they have to make clear that that amount has to be rewagered in order to be withdrawn, so the consumer understands that these are not free bets. And we also prohibit call to action language that pressures immediate participation, such as bet within the next hour and win so and so. And we also banned any form of hidden or undisclosed sponsorship, which particularly targets influencer ads. Another important safeguard is the editorial independence of sponsored programs. Operators cannot interfere or dictate content. And of course, we have a strict prohibition on sponsoring any products or kits intended for children. But perhaps our most distinctive measure and one that sets us apart from most European jurisdictions is that we pre-screen every single advertisement before it goes live. So as we've seen from your research, there's a large amount of advertisements that don't follow the framework. At present, 60% of all submissions have to be, there has to be some form of modification or corrective action in order to go live. So yeah, it might be labor intensive and resource heavy, but at the end of the day, it gives us a level of assurance and regulatory certainty that few jurisdictions can claim.
Thank you. So every advertising needs to seek previous approval before it is allowed to be published?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, right. What's coming next in terms of shaping regulation, in terms of developing regulation? You told me you are considering a VIP scheme, for instance.
Yeah.
What can I understand does this mean?
So our major priority right now is the regulation of VIP schemes. These are programs specifically designed to reward high-spending customers. And without robust oversight, they can significantly increase the risk of excessive play and gambling-related harm. So at the moment, we are working on setting clear, enforceable criteria, on example, on eligibility, affordability checks, contact frequency between the operator and the consumer, and the incentives that they offer, in order to ensure that loyalty programs reward sustainable play and not problematic behavior. In parallel, though, we are further reviewing the advertising and sponsorship restrictions. This might include a ban on the use of non-personalities or figures that have specific appeal to minors, such as influencers. We're considering limiting embedded advertising, such as product placement, and additionally considering whether some CSR activities and sponsorships which target minors, such as the refurbishment of a park or refurbishment of a football pitch or basketball pitch, has to be done under a different brand name that doesn't allude to betting or gambling. Another area that we're devoting significant effort is combating illegal advertising in social media platforms. We're currently seeing a proliferation of unlicensed operators using fake gambling apps, particularly on TikTok and Instagram, which is partnered with AI-generated videos and deepfakes of known personalities, Greek or Cypriot, and they target specifically local audiences and young people. These ads often bypass age gating. They appear for a few hours or a few days and re-emerge under a new identity, new accounts, and the apps in a new skin. They're not registered in any app as gambling products, so they deliberately exploit regulatory and algorithmic blind spots. And addressing this issue requires new tools and partnerships, particularly with platforms, app stores, and technology providers. And we're exploring ways to detect and remove those ads in a more systematic and automatic way.
So we can see technology drives this industry, but also opens new channels, more and more channels for advertising, digital advertising. That means that regulators, legislators always have to monitor the development. Raphael, do you think that regulators fail to keep pace with the rapid evolution of such technologies, of these gambling advertising, especially on social media and in sports?
I think it depends. So when I'm hearing that, I don't think so. I think you're doing an amazing job, and I'll have to talk to you later. That sounds astonishing that you check all of the ads before they can be published. I mean, if you compare that to the UK, I mean, so there's like a lot, well, as I've said, the UK has this challenge of 1,800 licensed gambling operators. All of them are competing for market shares. So what you see is just an explosion, of course, in gambling marketing. You know, it's kind of a natural kind of way of these things, how they work. So if you go to one of the operators, let's say Paddy Power, because they are quite kind of known for their aggressive marketing, during one football game, they would post up to 100 adverts during this one game, all different ones. So obviously something like you are doing, if you check them before, that would just completely, shift their strategy. It wouldn't work anymore because there's probably a time difference there. Yeah. It's not instant. So this is very interesting. But yeah, so if we talk about the UK, are they failing to keep up with the digital? 100% yes, I'm fairly convinced so. it's not just, I think there's the content question. There's the question of how do you make sure that gambling marketing is not appealing to young people and children or to vulnerable groups, right? That's one question, and this is a serious question, but that can be tackled, I think, with ongoing rulings and ongoing updates and very clear communications can be done. The bigger challenge that I see is the massive volume, and I think a lot of the regulators all around the world are still kind of in their headspace a bit in the old school TV, radio space, and I don't think they have fully embraced the transition to digital. And if you just so the way, for example, in the UK, how it works. So if you would see a gambling ad that is breaching regulations, right? You would have to write to the Advertising Standards Authority, and then they would start investigating. That takes probably 6 to 12 months until they publish their ruling, case-by-case study, and so on. And this works fabulously in kind of a TV space where millions of people do see the same ad. But online, with individualization and these massive volume, it's sometimes that just 5 people see this one ad. And if that's an illegal ad, one of these 5 people would need to report it. Of course, they don't do it. So we have this massive issue of there's been millions of gambling ads in the UK that probably kind of breaching regulations or are a bit dodgy, but no one would know because they're just completely operating in a dark space. So yeah, I think it's tricky.
Right. I remember you saying that in the UK, the Gambling Commission prefers self-regulation, at least if it comes to advertising. So the industry is setting their own rules. Code of conducts, for instance. But if I learn how this sort of advertising via social media will be received by vulnerable groups, by minors, for instance, how is it possible that this self-regulation failed, or failed in a certain way?
I think that's a very good question. I think first of all, the self-regulation approach is kind of a bigger picture in the UK. It's not just for gambling. I think it's kind of a traditional thing. So even the Advertising Standards Authority, so the way they control advertising across all the industries, is done through self-regulation, which is something very particular. Most other countries are doing it differently. So how is this failing? The industry, at least in the UK, they obviously are quite inflicted. There's there's the Betting and Gaming Council, which is one huge group, but then there's just as much other brands that are not part of the Betting and Gaming Council. So there's questions, do they have to adhere to the same codes or not? Then you have the same question with the National Lottery, not having to be bound by the self-regulatory codes. But in the end, if we just look, and I'll finish on that. So if we look at the sporting, so in the UK we have this particularity that sponsorship, so marketing around sporting events, is not seen as advertising. It is outside the advertising rules. And that meant that the government put a lot of pressure on the industry to come up with a self-regulatory code, the Sponsorship Code of Conduct. And that was introduced in spring 2024. We did our Premier League study the year before, and we found 11,000 gambling messages. A couple of months later, they introduced this code, and the next year, we had 29,000 gambling messages, and we found a lot of new issues that the code was ignored and breached and just didn't work. And then the second year, so this year, was 27,000, so still much higher than before the code was introduced. So it's very hard to not come to the conclusion that this framework is not working. And I don't know how this, of the mechanics in other countries, I can just speak from the UK, that I think the consensus is increasingly that this isn't working, and I think government is preparing to step up.
Yes, and your conclusions do not only apply to internet and social media, but also to TV advertising, right?
Yeah.
That's an interesting question for you, Konstantinos. I know that you initiated, or you launched an initiative, not only regarding advertising directly addressed to gambling operators, but also involving TV, radio, so the other channels. So can you share some insights about it? What does it mean? How does it work? And what is your core mission?
Καταρχήν, καλησπέρα και από μένα. Ήθελα να μιλήσω τελευταίος, ώστε αυτά τα οποία είπε και ο Σπύρος και ο Ραφαέλο είναι το πώς μπορούν να υλοποιηθούν ένα. Και δεύτερον, επιλέγω να επικοινωνήσω και μαζί σας στην γλώσσα που ακούει περισσότερο το ακροατήριο. Λοιπόν, στην ερώτηση. Αν σκεφτώ ότι την πρώτη επαφή που είχαμε την επικοινωνία στοιχηματικών εταιριών ήταν αρχές του 2000 στην Ελλάδα, τότε που δεν υπήρχε πλαίσιο ούτε στην Ελλάδα, προφανώς και ούτε στην Κύπρο, ούτε καν η αρχή δεν είχε δημιουργηθεί. Τι χρησιμοποιούσαμε τότε και τι τώρα εργαλεία? Ναι, οφείλουμε να έχουμε ένα πλαίσιο το οποίο το έχει βάλει πολύ καλά η Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων εδώ στην Κύπρο, το υλοποιεί, το εφαρμόζει και ερχόμαστε εμείς ως διαφημιστικά γραφεία μαζί με τους πελάτες μας, και γι' αυτό ήθελα να μιλήσω τελευταίως, να εφαρμόσουμε αυτά τα οποία λέτε. Να προστατεύσουμε το περιβάλλον και κυρίως να ακολουθήσουμε τους κανόνες. Δεν είναι εύκολο. Και εκεί έρχεται η στενή συνεργασία μιας Εθνικής Αρχής Στοιχημάτων, η οποία ακούει, δεν είναι ο μπαμπούλας, δεν είναι ο δικαστής, είναι η αρχή η οποία βάζει τα όρια ξεκάθαρα, εμείς τα ακολουθούμε, αλλά έρχεται και βοηθητικά και απέναντι στα γραφεία και απέναντι από τους πελάτες μας, τις στοιχηματικές εταιρείες. Πώς μπορούμε να το προστατεύσουμε και κυρίως με τα νέα εργαλεία τα οποία έρχονται στη νέα εποχή, πώς όλο αυτό το περιβάλλον απέναντι είτε στα παιδιά, είτε σε ευπαθείς ομάδες που έχουν να κάνουν με άτομα τα οποία είναι επιρρεπείς στον τζόγο, να τους περάσουμε τα σωστά σημεία, τα σωστά μηνύματα και κυρίως, που είναι το βασικότερο, να μην νομίζουμε ότι είτε τα παιδιά είτε αυτά τα άτομα είναι σε μια γυάλα. Είναι σε ένα περιβάλλον όπου κρατάνε αυτό εδώ στα χέρια τους, άρα ό,τι κανόνες και να βάλουν οι αρχές, εάν δεν σκεφτούμε ότι κρατάνε το κινητό, άρα μπορούν να δουν κάτι άλλο το οποίο δεν θα είναι σε ένα περιβάλλον, δεν θα είναι σε ένα πλαίσιο, θα είναι εντελώς παράνομο, τότε και έχουμε χάσει το παιχνίδι. Άρα, εδώ είναι ένα παζλ που προφανώς το μεγάλο κομμάτι είναι η Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων και ο φορέας που βάζει τους κανόνες. Μετά ερχόμαστε εμείς, καταρχήν οι στοιχηματικές εταιρείες, που είναι τα μικρότερα παζλ. Και τα πιο μικρά εμείς, οι διαφημιστικές εταιρείες ή οι εταιρείες οι οποίες παράγουν περιεχόμενο, είτε είναι για τα social media, είτε είναι για την τηλεόραση, είτε είναι για το ραδιόφωνο, είτε είναι για το outdoor, το πώς αυτό το μήνυμα πάει σωστά. Και οφείλουμε κι εμείς, και ευτυχώς στην Κύπρο οι περισσότερες στοιχηματικές εταιρείες χρησιμοποιούν αναγνωρισμένα γραφεία διαφήμισης. Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό αυτό να υπάρχει, ώστε να μπορέσουμε κι εμείς να κρατάμε μέσω των μελών μας τα όρια και τις κόκκινες γραμμές. Και να φέρω και ένα παράδειγμα, δεν θα μακρηγορήσω άλλο. Αυτή τη στιγμή στην Κύπρο, όπως και στη Γαλλία, νομίζω δεν μου διαφεύγει άλλη χώρα, το online καζίνο δεν επιτρέπεται σύμφωνα με κανόνες. Άρα τι έχουμε? Έχουμε ένα παράνομο καθεστώς, το οποίο δεν το ελέγχουμε σε επίπεδο διαφήμισης, δεν το ελέγχουμε σε επίπεδο παιχτών, σε επίπεδο τζόγου. Άρα, από ένα καθεστώς το οποίο είναι εντελώς εκτός ρύθμισης, εκτός ρυθμισμένης αγοράς, καλύτερα είναι να το έχουμε μέσα στην ρυθμιστική μας περιοχή, να ορίζουμε τους κανόνες και να ξέρουμε και πώς μπορούμε να το ελέγξουμε. Κάτι το οποίο γινόταν στην Κύπρο πριν υλοποιηθεί η Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων και με τον online καζίνο. Όπως γινόταν στην Ελλάδα στις αρχές του 2000, που είχαν έρθει όλες οι μεγάλες εταιρείες που υπήρχαν τότε στην Ευρώπη και δραστηριοποιείτο χωρίς κανόνες. Άρα, για να το κλείσω, κανόνες ναι, κόκκινες γραμμές ναι, προσέχουμε τα παιδιά ναι, τις ευπαθείς ομάδες ναι, αλλά όχι κρύβοντας το κομμάτι της επικοινωνίας κάτω από το χαλί, γιατί πιστεύουμε ότι δεν θα βρουν διέξοδο. Και οι ευπαθείς ομάδες θα βρουν διέξοδο και τα παιδιά μας πάνε στο γήπεδο, για παράδειγμα, και βλέπουν παντού στοιχηματικές εταιρείες. Στις πινακίδες, στις εμφανίσεις των ομάδων, παντού. Αλλά λέμε ότι να μην τους διαφημίσουμε νωρίς το μεσημέρι, αν και έχει αλλάξει. Ας πάρω το προηγούμενο πλαίσιο, Σπύρο, νωρίς το μεσημέρι, αν ήταν ο αγώνας. Είναι σαν να κρυβόμασταν πίσω από το δάχτυλό μας. Άρα, μια ευέλικτη Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων, βοηθητική προς τις στοιχηματικές εταιρείες, βάζοντας απόλυτα τους κανόνες. Σε αυτό είμαι ξεκάθαρος. Ερχόμαστε εμείς, παράγουμε το περιεχόμενο, είτε ελέγχουμε και τους influencer, που έχουμε δει πάρα πολλές φορές να ξεφεύγουν, έχετε απόλυτο δίκιο εκεί. Βάζουμε εμείς τους κανόνες, τους προσέχουμε και στην τελική είμαστε και εμείς υπόλογοι μαζί με τους πελάτες μας για να μην ξεφύγει αυτό το όριο. Και κυρίως ακούσματα της αγοράς. Είδαμε με διαφήμιση AI να διαφημίζουν μέχρι και σε εισαγωγικά δεν είναι η ίδια το αξί, ηθοποιοί, τραγουδιστές, ο πρόεδρος της Δημοκρατίας να διαφημίζουν παράνομα προϊόντα. Προφανώς ήταν μια fake διαφήμιση. Εδώ έρχομαστε εμείς, έρχεστε εσείς, να κόψουμε αυτή την κόκκινη γραμμή. Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να είμαστε όλοι μαζί από τη μία πλευρά, βάζοντας, ξαναλέω, τους κανόνες, χωρίς εκπτώσεις, αλλά μπορούμε να ελέγχουμε εμείς το παιχνίδι. Εάν δεν παίζουμε ομαδικά, το παιχνίδι μπορεί να το ελέγχει κάποιος άλλος.
Right, thank you very much. That sounds like a very smart approach, and I want to follow up on one specific part of what you said. It's the AI which is involved, and as you emphasized, social media is everywhere, all day, all night. Whenever I use my cell phone, I can reach any post from various centers, so this is it. The issue now, which is a modern one, is there are artificial generated posts with TikTok and other social media channels. What is your take on this, and how can we deal with this issue? I think this is a question for all of you, but I'm happy to start with your comments.
Είναι πολύ σημαντική αυτή η τοποθέτηση, διότι πάμε σε ένα περιβάλλον που δεν ξέρουμε πού θα οδηγηθούμε. Εμείς ως Ogilvy Κύπρου έχουμε πρόσβαση σε τέτοια εργαλεία απευθείας από τις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, άρα παίρνουμε το πρωτογενές προϊόν, το οποίο βγαίνει είτε σε AI, είτε για φωτογραφίες, είτε για βίντεο. Πάμε σε μια αχαρτογράφητη περιοχή που δεν ξέρουμε πώς θα οδηγηθεί και ακόμα και εκεί όρια δεν υπάρχουν. Τώρα, στο δικό μας κομμάτι, στο TikTok απαγορεύεται η διαφήμιση των στοιχηματικών εταιριών ή δεν επιτρέπεται, για να το πάω ανάποδα. Στη Meta, Facebook και Instagram για την Κύπρο τώρα άνοιξε για άλλους λόγους, ενώ σε άλλες χώρες αυτό ήταν επιτρεπτό. Είναι ακόμα πιο σημαντικό αυτό το οποίο έλεγα πριν, αυτό το οποίο μόλις είπες. Διότι πάμε σε μια τεχνολογία η οποία δεν ξέρουμε πώς θα μπουν τα όρια. Ποιος θα βάλει τα όρια, γιατί οι ίδιες οι εταιρείες που έχουν τα προϊόντα της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης δεν τα έχουν βάλει, ακόμα είναι λίγο ανεξέλεγκτα. Άρα, είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να είναι όλες οι πλευρές από το ίδιο κομμάτι, ώστε να μπορούν να προστατεύσουν το περιεχόμενο. Η Meta, μαζί με την Google, ανακοίνωσε πρόσφατα ότι απαγορεύεται η πολιτική διαφήμιση στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Γιατί δεν μπορεί να ελέγξει το κομμάτι της αξιοπιστίας του πολιτικού μηνύματος και κυρίως των fake news. Είναι αυτό λύση? Πονάει κεφάλι, κόβουμε κεφάλι? Προφανώς όχι. Απλά δεν έκατσε η Meta και η Google μαζί με φορείς, με την ΕΑΚΑ για παράδειγμα, τον Ευρωπαϊκό Σύνδεσμο Διαφημιστικών Εταιριών, να κάτσουν να συζητήσουμε πώς μπορούν να μπουν όρια, ώστε να μπορούν οι πολιτικοί να διαφημιστούν. Κάτι αντίστοιχο μπορεί να γίνει αύριο μεθαύριο με τις στοιχηματικές εταιρείες. Θα πρέπει να μπαίνουν όρια, να τα ακολουθούμε και κυρίως πριν έρθει το πρόβλημα, να μπορέσουμε να συζητήσουμε για να δώσουμε τη λύση. Είναι εύκολο? Όχι. Είναι άμεσο? Σίγουρα όχι. Όμως είναι ένας δρόμος δύσκολος, είναι μαραθώνιος, δεν είναι σπριτ και θα πρέπει να τον κάνουμε αυτή τη διαδρομή, να την διανύσουμε όλοι μας. Άρα, τα εργαλεία τα οποία έρχονται δεν ξέρουμε, κανείς δεν ξέρει μέχρι που θα φτάσουν. Το AI το οποίο βλέπουμε σήμερα δεν θα έχει καμία σχέση με το AI σε 2 χρόνια. Σε 5 χρόνια. Άρα, εμείς οφείλουμε να είμαστε σε συνεργασία με αυτές τις εταιρείες, όλοι μαζί, σε ευαίσθητες ομάδες προϊόντων, όπως είναι τα παιδικά παιχνίδια, όπως είναι οι στοιχηματικές εταιρείες, όπως είναι η πολιτική διαφήμιση, όπως είναι το αλκοόλ, να δούμε πώς θα επιτρέπεται και τι, διότι όσο είναι ανεξέλεγκτο αυτό το παιχνίδι, ορισμένοι που θα θέλουν από αυτά τα προϊόντα θα βρουν σίγουρα τον τρόπο να διαφημιστούν. Και θα το βλέπουμε όλοι εδώ και δεν θα το παίρνουμε χαμπάρι.
You will be excited to learn what the Cyprus regulator has raised as an idea to deal with this AI-driven messages post, which is targeting minors. Spiros, you're considering something like an opt-out option system, which you told me when we prepared this panel. I found this very interesting. Can you share some background? How does the whole thing work and what's behind it?
Yeah, but before talking about opting out, I would like to mention that there's currently momentum across Europe to enforce real age gating in social media platforms. So we're currently seeing it on X. You need to provide an identity or a picture of yourself in order to access sensitive data. But at the same time, we've seen that X hasn't set gambling-related content as sensitive data. So on the one side, yeah, we're implementing age gating effectively, and it's something that most jurisdictions have to think about. And on the other side, we have to pressure platforms to set gambling-related content as sensitive or adult content. On opting out, so we've seen that the majority of subscription-based live sports services, even in Cyprus, already operate under dedicated apps or smart TV environments. And in those ecosystems, it would be perfectly feasible to give viewers the option to opt out of gambling advertisements, either partially and during the hours when minors are awake, or completely for people that suffer from addiction. We've already seen this kind of selective ad filtering happening on Google, on X, and on Facebook, and where people can choose to limit their exposure to betting or alcohol-related ads. That's something that we could assess for our own market as well. And if we look a little bit further, with the pace of AI and digital rendering technology, the possibilities become even broader. We believe that in the near future, there's no technical reason why pitch side ads or jersey sponsorships cannot be in real time altered in order to reflect the age, location, or profile of the viewer. This means like a single broadcast could display different branding depending on who's watching, and remove gambling branding altogether for underage or sensitive audiences. So with the advancement of technology, the conversation is shifting from simply banning or allowing advertising to something more sophisticated, filtering intelligently and protecting by design. It might sound ambitious, but I think that's where advertising regulation is heading towards. Not in the near future, but in the long run.
Right. Another question for you, Raffaello. When I did some research, I learned that you conducted some research as well, coming to the conclusion that slogans like, "When the fun stops, stop," are largely ineffective. The most effective messages across all groups, you said, were those that clearly highlighted the addictive nature of gambling, such as gambling can be addictive. Why is this so?
Yes, that's a very good question. But I just got a bit excited when they were talking about that kind of ideas. I loved your ideas. I think that's exactly what the regulators should do. They should see what is possible. I think, I'm really surprised because normally when we talk to regulators, it is a bit more conservative and they're not keen on doing anything that is a bit out of the ordinary. So we've been kind of saying this opt-out idea, I think, since 2019. We've been saying this is a logical way forward. And I know it's on Twitter and Facebook, there is kind of a version, but actually we keep on telling the young people and the adults, but it's really hard to find. So why not have an opt-in version? So why not have the default of you do not see gambling ads? But of course, if you want to exercise your right to see the information you are interested in, you can opt in. I think that would be a way even better to make sure that children don't see it. So I had to say that. But going back to the safer gambling messages. So, okay, so if you operate in a jurisdiction where they say we will not ban gambling marketing and we were not interested in restricting it heavily, right? Which is an ideological decision, and you see that across the globe. Okay, then you come to a point where you say, well, one of the things we really have to do is making sure that at least people are aware of the negative consequences of gambling, right? That's a logical step, and that's the study you've introduced. So we did actually a fairly big study with 7,500 people from the UK. We started with 10 focus groups. We basically, the literature research around all of the different safer gambling messages all around the globe, we filtered down to like 20. We showed it in the focus groups. The focus groups were a completely mixture of people who are not gambling, with low risk, high risk, and problem gamblers as per PGSI. And then we filtered down to a couple. And those couples, we went to this very large sample, 7,500, again split into non-gamblers and then different stages of PGSI. So from non-problem to problem. And what we found was that this kind of, well, first of all, the industry-promoted slogans in the UK, which are take time to think, and when the fun stops, stop, they do not work. They were by far the least efficient. So the industry ones don't really work. But the ones that really did work was gambling comes at a cost, which is kind of shifting the narrative onto the problems and the cost. The ones that worked were gambling can grip anyone, and gambling can be addictive. And I think the really novel thing that we actually found was that there's no one kind of solution that fits everyone. Because if you are a gambler, I mean, if you are potentially a strong gambler, non-problematic gambler, if somebody tells you gambling kills you, you just switch off, it's too much for you. So actually we think it needs to have different levels and you just need to rotate them. So we have recommended the government those 3 slogans on rotation to make sure that at least one is sticking to everyone.
Right. I think that's important to know. Thank you very much. Our time is almost over, but there are no questions, so I have a final question for Konstantinos, and maybe you can do it in a minute or so, because then we are almost on time. It's regarding sponsorship of sports tournaments, international tournaments for gaming, for instance, from gaming operators. What is your take on it? It's become an integral part of sport nowadays, but it's always something which is, well, scrutinized by regulators. How should they deal with it, and what's good, what's bad, what's your opinion?
Οι στοιχηματικές εταιρείες σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο είναι από τους μεγαλύτερους spenders πλέον από όλα τα industries. Άρα, εμείς δεν λέμε να ανοίξουμε παντού ελεύθερα όλα. Λέμε όμως όταν βλέπουμε πλέον στοιχηματική εταιρεία σε παγκόσμιο κύπελλο ποδοσφαίρου, σε ευρωπαϊκό, στο Champions League, στο Europa και στο Conference League, σημαίνει ότι είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό κομμάτι. Επίσης, ως σύνδεσμος διαφημιστικών εταιριών, αλλά και ως κράτος, θα πρέπει να μας ενδιαφέρει πώς αυτή η αγορά μπορεί να ανοίξει ακόμα περισσότερο, με κανόνες, με πλαίσιο, αλλά επιπλέον διαφημιστικές επενδύσεις από τους πελάτες μας, από τη μία. Αυτό σημαίνει αύξηση φόρων, νέες θέσεις εργασίας και νέες ευκαιρίες. Άρα, αν όλο αυτό και με τις χορηγίες και με τα media μπορέσουμε να το βάλουμε σε ένα σωστό κανονιστικό πλαίσιο, τότε όλοι θα είναι κερδισμένοι. Και μην ξεχνάτε ότι παλιότερα η φήμη των διαφημιστικών εταιριών το 1990 ή το 2000 δεν ήταν το ίδιο καλή όπως είναι σήμερα. Μα σήμερα οι στοιχηματικές εταιρείες οι μεγάλες είναι game tech companies με χιλιάδες εργαζόμενους, με γραφεία σε όλο τον κόσμο, οι μεγάλες εταιρείες, και έτσι τραβάνε και τις μικρότερες, που σημαίνει ότι μπαίνουν σε ένα industry το οποίο ανεβαίνει, βρίσκει το χώρο του και μπορεί πλέον να είναι χορηγός σε μεγάλα events που παλιά δεν το βλέπαμε. Εκτιμώ ότι πολύ σύντομα θα τους δούμε και στους Ολυμπιακούς Αγώνες. Άρα εμείς θα πρέπει όλο αυτό το κομμάτι και των χορηγικών επενδύσεων που μπορούν να κάνουν στοιχηματικές εταιρείες να γίνει σωστά. Γιατί τι γινόταν παλιότερα, με ρώτησες ποια είναι το άσχημο που θα μπορούσε να ήταν. Βλέπαμε στοιχηματικές εταιρείες οι οποίες πηγαίναν, χορηγούσαν χωρίς κανόνες, χωρίς καν να πάρουν την άδεια από την αρχή και κάναν ό,τι θέλανε, ή μπορεί να ήταν full παιδιά. Το έχουμε δει αυτά. Κακά τα ψέματα. Λέμε όμως ότι ωραία, ελάτε να βάλουμε και ένα πλαίσιο και για τις χορηγίες, σωστό, ρυθμισμένο αυτό το πλαίσιο, με κανόνες, με έλεγχο από εμάς απέναντι στους πελάτες μας. Είμαστε υπόλογοι σε εσάς, όπως είμαστε και υπόλογοι στους πελάτες μας, και να γίνει σωστά, να αυξηθεί αυτή η πίτα, διότι από τη διαφημιστική αγορά σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο χάνεται από κάπου αλλού.
A solid last contribution to our panel discussion. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to ask you to thank my panelists for their contributions, which were excellent. Then please remain seated. That saves us another minute. There's only one item left on the agenda, that is closing remarks of the conference chair. So here I am. I'm closing this conference now, but doing something very, very important. A big thanks to the organizer, NBA, and the team to bring this together, to bring these community together on all the topics. A very well done job Also, big thanks to the technical team here in our room, which makes it happen that we understand each other. And the service, food, drinks, everything is wonderful. And of course, to all the speakers and presenters of this show today, you've done a great job, and I can't wait to see you again next year, hopefully. Well, now it's not really over. We just move outside. There's food and drinks and an opportunity for wonderful networking. See you all again somewhere, sometime. Thank you very much for your attention.
Safe να πας στον Άρη παρά να στοιχηματίζεις δίχως όρια. Πιο safe να κάνεις ελεύθερη πτώση παρά να παίζεις όταν έχεις κακή ψυχολογία. Πιο safe να σερφάρεις στα βαθιά παρά να στοιχηματίζεις ένα περιβάλλον που δεν είναι ασφαλές. Για να είσαι πάντα safe, δήλωσε συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 13 έως 19 Οκτωβρίου για να ενημερωθείς για την ασφαλή ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.